Ladies and gentlemen, the Huawei Global Internet Service Industry Summit will begin in 5 minutes. Thank you for your cooperation.
One person can only achieve so much. As individuals, isolated, our ambition has limited scope. But when we collaborate as a team, our power combines. Our strength is unbounded. Being open, it's in our DNA. Huawei fuses together industry scenarios and innovative ICT technologies, working in tandem with global customers and partners to accelerate digital transformation. Building up modern governance systems with City Intelligent Twins, delivering better services to people far and wide. Promoting the intelligent upgrade of the financial industry. Supported by agile business innovation. Designing comprehensive transportation systems that usher in convenient travel and smooth logistics. Driving the development of green, low carbon, safe and efficient energy, unleashing the digital potential of industries. Digitalization is now certain. Together, we stride into a wider world. Together, we accelerate digital transformation. Together, we create new value.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the Global Internet Service Industry Summit 2022. It's so good to have you here. Servus zusammen. Schön, dass ihr alle da sind. So good to have you here in Austria, directly in Vienna, in the heart of Austria. And it's such an incredible city with an abundant history of revolutionary excellence. And yes, Huawei's ambitions and legendary caliber have also revolutionized the world of technology, helping people to reach others as never before. And today we are here to building a fully optical intelligent internet in Europe. And for this, we are setting off a huge firework of fascinating speakers who will tell us how Huawei will help global customers to build a robust internet infrastructure also in the future. And first of all, please welcome now here on stage Mr. Ernest Zhang Lin, the president of Huawei's Western Europe Enterprise Business.
Hello. Okay. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dear friends, welcome, warmly welcome you to here to participate in the Huawei Global Internet Service Industry Summit in Vienna. We live in a dynamic world where digital technology is pushing the limit of the physical world. All industries are going digital, unleashing new value in the digital economy. By 2030, we will enter a fully intelligent world. The digital production will be in full swing. Remote work and study will become the norm, and digital operation will be the key of the value creator. In 2022, over 50% of the global GDP will come from the digital economy. Huawei is committed to bring the digital to every person, home, and organization for fully connected intelligent world. But how does this help the enterprise build the resilience? How does this help them improve the quality and efficiency or develop their new business model? So how can we work together to build a green, low carbon, and sustainable world? This question we need to answer. So at Huawei, we have the most complete ICT product and solution portfolio. We are very willing to enable the industry to go to digital and help the global customer build the robust internet infrastructure. Europe has been at the forefront of the digital transformation. The European Commission has issued the 2030 Digital Compass, the European way for the digital decade, which outlines the vision for 2030. In terms of a secure and sustainable digital infrastructure, the Digital Compass envisions all European households covered by a gigabit network in future. So Huawei is actively cooperating with our partner to make this happen. So we are innovating with some customers, research institutes, and partners around the world to drive industry digitalization. So for example, in Europe, we have set up several joint innovation centers and 2 open labs. So this is a platform for cooperation. So together, this will bring the benefit of the technology to more enterprise in Europe. So Huawei is also committed to promoting sustainable development with the digital technology and help the industry reduce the carbon emissions. So the construction of all the optic network infrastructure has already created value for customers in Spain, in France, in Germany, and other countries. So Huawei has been exploring innovative ways to conserve energy and cutting emissions of our own product and solution. We will launch a series of new innovative solutions very soon. So the digital transformation is a journey that never ends. On behalf of Huawei, I'd like to invite you to join our discussion and share your best experience and practice. So let's work together to create a better future. We hope and quite sure we will all success in future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your valuable contribution. And let's start this summit, ladies and gentlemen. Our journey is instrumental for the internet industry, and the key, I think we are all convincing and sure about that, is unlocking higher value. And at the summit, we will show and share what is carrying that journey. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Huang Dochan, the CTO of Huawei Enterprise, who gives the insights about the innovations of a fully optical intelligent internet foundation.
Thank you and welcome. First, let me introduce myself. I'm from headquarters of Huawei and in charge of the CTO for the Enterprise Business Group. So today, I will give you a brief presentation about how to build a fully optical intelligent internet in Europe. First, let's have a retrospect about the history of the internet. The internet history, we can divide it to three phases. For phase one is before the year 2000. In the year before year 2000, we set up the internet based on the copper, based on DSL for the network connection. And during that time, we have the opportunity to use a web browser, to use, for example, like the e-commerce based on the wired network. And then the second phase, it's about social media, social network, based on the mobile device, both on the mobile internet. The reason is we help the service provider to build a wireless network, for example, like the 3G, 4G. That makes the network give the possibility for us to surfing on the internet, on the mobile internet. During that time, we already evolved from the copper network to the fiber network based on GPON. That's the second phase. And the third phase is current, after 2020. Now, we are in the phase three. Phase three, one of the phase three, the feature, not only for mobile, but also for the artificial intelligence. I think maybe you all have heard the news about the metaverse, digital twin. Yes, based on all these things, we have to build a new network to be adapted to the metaverse, to the online gaming. In this phase, there are three major features of the network we need to fulfill. The first one is ultra-high bandwidth for the video, for interactive. And the second part is about the low latency. For AI, we know if you want to utilize AI, one model for you to deploy AI is the edge cloud synergy solution, right? In this synergy solution, we can do the training on the data center, but to do the inference on the edge data center. So the response time is a very high restriction for us to deploy the AI solution. And the third part is about management. Now we need the network to connect not only our terminal device, but also we need it to connect to the machine and various kinds of devices. So we have I think maybe the 100 times of the subscriber we need to manage. How to manage this device? Intelligence, we need to build an intelligent management system to do the management, okay? So what's what's the challenge and what's the opportunity of the ISP? For ISP to be adapt to this change, we need to do three things. The first one is to do the migration from the copper to a fully optical intelligent network that will compose by several parts. For example, for the connection, for the last mile, connection for the FTTX and also ETTX. And the second part is a metro network built by the DWDM. Metro network and also the new backbone network. And the third is a data center network. We have to combine them together to give them a solid foundation based on optical. Above the optical is the physical layer. Above that, it's the network layer. For the network layer, simplification is very important. Later, I will talk a little bit about the simplification of the protocol and control protocol, and also the management protocol. So for this part, no doubt, IP will be the unified protocol for us to convey the data. And above that, the third layer is the management for the distributing and also the loose-coupled control plan to manage the whole network. So I think we all, software-defined network during the past 20 years, past at least 10 years, yes, we have developed a lot of solution for the software-defined network, SDN for this part. Later, the next step, not only software-defined, but also based on the artificial intelligence for the operation and management. Above these three layers, our ISP can deliver several kinds of service. One for connection, for example, like the connection to residential, that's basic, connection-based. Also, we can deliver the service, for example, like the storage as a service for data backup and also the disaster recovery solution, okay? And third, for the managed service, for example, for the fan, okay, that's the third part. So let's go through the first part for the optical. When we talk about the optical network, we are not so, I think most of us are very familiar with that. For that part, we use a fiber to connect the residential and also the fiber to connect the enterprise, and also fiber even to connect the machine and to construct our smart city solution. So based on that, two features are very important. One is about the quality of service, quality of experience. That means we need the connection anywhere. We need the scalability and also the high availability of the network, and also for the QoS of the network. And later, the second one is the high speed and low latency, just as I mentioned. So when we talk about the backbone network, for the backbone part, we will focus on three things. The first one is bandwidth. We all know that for the network, the change during the past several years, one major change is to migrate the interactive of the, for example, like the structured data to unstructured data, like the streaming video. That's bandwidth consuming. So for optical network, nowadays, we already can support per lambda 800 gigabit, and per slot to 1 terabit, and also per chassis 25.6 to 64 terabit. It's huge. It's huge. So another part is about the multi-service. Multi-service. Based on, we have the high bandwidth, but we still need multi-service. So the evolution of the multi-service of the fiber optical network is from the OTN to multi-service MS-OTN. And later, we will support the liquid OTN. So the liquid OTN is it's our version which we can divide. We can do the slicing more granular, the small granular. So that will make the service more flexible, okay? And for the management part, sure, we will still utilize the SDN controller for us to manage not only the IP layer, network layer, but also the fiber, the physical layer. Just now, we talked about the backbone technology. Now, let's have some time to talk about the optical access. For optical access, nowadays, we already evolved from GPON to 10G, and next step, 50 GPON. So another thing we need to focus is not only the speed, but also how to deploy it. If you have the experience about deploy the optical access network, you will know that 70% of your time will be used to the deployment of the ODN, right? We need to use a fusion machine to make deal with of the fiber, and then to do the splitter across all the line from the OLT to ONT, right? So we can help you in this part to help you to reduce your time to deploy our GPON solution. It's pre-configured, pre-connected. It's a plug-and-play solution. So that's very important. Now I just finished the physical part of the optical. This part I will talk a little bit about IP architecture. We all know that the IP architecture topology previous is normally we will use the ring and the topology. This topology is simple, but it's simple and cost effective. We all know that, but to maintain it is difficult. If we want to add some device, there is some packet drop or even a downtime, right? So the next step, in our Metro Fabric solution here, our suggestion is to migrate to the fat tree topology, sometimes to be described as the span leaf topology. Based on this topology, it's very easy for you to do the upgrade. If you want to add the new MEF, just add it and make the connection to the span. Okay, that's finished. No downtime. That's part. Another part is about the scalability. It's very easy for you to do this, to do the scale to another level, and also for the low latency. For the ring, the traffic must pass multiple MEF to reach the other side. But on the fat tree and also on the span leaf topology, just a 2-hop, right? So the latency is fixed. That means your service quality is, you can forecast it, the latency, right? So that's our Metro Fabric solution. It's not only the change of the topology, but also the change of the management. We will suggest you to push the management for the service node to the edge, to MEF. That means subscriber, when they connect to the MEF, the service will be distributed locally, so the service quality can be assured with smaller latency, right? And one thing, maybe I think during the past several years, one shortcoming of the IP network is the protocol part. There are so many protocols. For example, when we want to connect the network from the user to the data center part, a lot of protocol you need to encounter. In the data center, you will use a VXLAN, VLAN, yes, right? And our data center, to the metro network, you will use a VLAN and Q-in-Q for the metro network. And for the backbone, MPLS, and even the MPLS VPN, and also MPLS TE, traffic engineering. So many, and also LDP, right? so many protocols you have to handle. So the next step, our suggestion is to migrate we consolidate to unified protocol for the data plan. Like the segment routing, that's one choice. Another choice is SRv6, based on IPv6. So based on these two data plan unification for the management will also be simple. For the control plan part, we will also suggest you to consolidate the control plan into single, like the EVPN. EVPN will not only used in the data center, in the metro network, but we can expand it across the whole network area. Based on EVPN, the reachability information, reachability table can be propagated by the EVPN solution. That's very simple. And also, since EVPN is based on BGP, right? The scalability of this technology is proven. It's proven. So, based on EVPN, BGP EVPN, and also the SRv6, we will simplify not only the data plan, but also the control plan, and provide the seamless connection across each network area, data center to metro to backbone and to access. Just now, I talked about the data plan and the control plan. How about the management? Software-defined network is about the consolidation of the management plan. One very good example is I once have a customer. The first step, we help them to build the network based on MPLS VPN. And then the second phase, we help our customer to build our network based on MPLS-TE. Then SR, segment routing best effort, SRv6. Based on that, we have the foundation for us to do the flexible traffic optimization. Use the SDN controller, you can have an overall view from the whole network, get the data, for example, of the status of the network, and do the calculation based on CSPF to calculate an optimal path for your network. So if there is congestion, SDN controller can help you to steering the network, the traffic, quickly to other paths. That's very efficient. In the IP side, okay, you may ask the question, how about the optical? We provide the consolidated solution across the IP and the optical. So when we want to do the optimization, the controller, we have NCE IP, we call it, iMaster NCE IP, which can help you to redirect the traffic on the IP layer. But also, we have another controller which can work together with the IP controller to help you to optimize the path of the optical path. So the synergy between the optical and the IP layer will be a very strong weapon for you to do the tuning, to do the optimization of the whole network. So just now I talked about some of the technical details of the, for example, like the SR and also the optical. So after we build the connection, transform to the optical, what can we do to get more service? We suppose there are several kinds of service for the ISP we can provide. It's all about the managing service. The first one is the managing service about the network. Based on the optical network, we can provide the managing service, managing WAN. It's sometimes we call it the SD-WAN, all by overlay solution, by the encryption on the IPsec over GRE tunnel, right? It will give you a very flexible capability to provide a WAN service. And also the managed Wi-Fi and managed LAN service, which you can sell to your customer. It's all based on connection. And the second part, based on such a low latency and high bandwidth network, we, especially based on the data center interconnection of the backbone technology, we can provide the storage as a service. Storage as a service, for example, we can do the disaster recovery of the end-to-end data copy service from one data center to another data center, and even from private cloud to public cloud, right? That's the second kind of service. We also, since our solution provide you the capability of the multi-tenant and multi-user and hierarchical privilege management, that means we can provide the solution which can support you to sell the managing service to the second tier ISP. It's a wholesale model. That means on the lease line, we will not sell the physical connection. We can sell the service based on virtual service. It's very effective. That means you can expand, our ISP can expand your channel to the second tier ISP, right? It provides the multi-level management. So today I talk a little bit about the technology to build the optical backbone, which cover the IP and optical layer, physical layer, and optical access network. And also talk about the service managing service you can run based on the new optical network. So I'm very happy to be here. So now it's the end of my presentation, but if you have any question, I'm be more than happy to answer. Please contact me, okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your engaging presentation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on with shaping the future, discussing it and exploring it. So, building a robust internet infrastructure is, of course, a long-term journey with several stages. So, let's go on a little journey ourselves and take a look how these stages look across Europe. And our first stop is the FTTH Council. So please welcome for this Mr. Arthurs Aixnes, the Public Affairs Director of FTTH Council, and he will address the trends and challenges for the development of FTTH in Europe.
Thank you. I experience a bit of duplication of my personality here, but so pleased to be here. And in fact, I wouldn't mind that this would be so easy thanks to technology. Maybe you can work on this in future to duplicate myself, to have a digital hologram, because we on FTTH Council side, we organize our own event just next door. Many of you might have already stopped there. And so that is really I think not a coincidence that we have the pleasure of having these two great events next door. So thank you very much to Huawei for inviting FTTH Council Europe to give an overview about the latest trends in Europe. Everything that I'll present to you today is hot, fresh out from print. We are presenting the same data just as we speak here, minute to minute, door to door. So expect also press releases being circulated later during the day with the latest data. So you'll see I'll bring on the presentation deck lots of numbers, but I would simply invite you also later to read those numbers if you need for your own purposes, because they will be publicly made available, both on our website and also by media. Having said that, Mr. Zhang Lin already mentioned in the introductory words the ambitious target set by Europe, and the European Commission has been pushing very hard to advance connectivity in Europe. And I think what we can bring as FTTH Council Europe is really a snapshot of where we are at this moment and where we will be in a couple of years' time. So this is also the target of my presentation in a few minutes to take you through this kind of overview. So let me just give you a very brief overview about what FTTH Council Europe does. So we are an industry association, and we are happy to have Huawei among our members as well. And the mission is very clear. We want fiber be everywhere in the whole of Europe. So in that sense, it's not really a surprise for you. We are not technology neutral. We think fiber is really the solution for connectivity in Europe in the long term. So beyond Huawei, we have the pleasure of having more than 160 member companies representing both vendors and operators and investors as well. Our activities include providing expert coming from the industry, expert advice to the decision makers, helping them to make wise decisions, wise in terms of being in favor of fiber. We produce studies and reports, just like the ones that I'll refer to in my presentation. And of course, it's a networking platform as well. Those of you who are our members, you know that our events are really bringing together the industry regularly. And the last point, the annual FTTH conference, well, that I already referred to in the beginning, and that's taking place right now, just next doors. Broadband, in terms of its performance, in terms of sustainability performance, in terms of many other criteria, comes as the leader. And here you have a very quick kind of commercial snapshot of how great fiber is. But in FTTH, in that sense, I invite you to consult our white paper, which gives you a more detailed overview about 10 criteria that we took into account in assessing why FTTH really is the best solution in terms of various criteria. And that's why, given the importance of FTTH and fiber deployment, the next few slides will really give you the snapshot of where we are. And I won't go too much into the numbers because, as I said, you will have them. But all the numbers that will be presented here on the slides, they give you the exact situation as of September 2021. And we distinguish between two regions, so EU 27 plus UK, and then we also look at the EU 39, so a much wider region. And we are pleased to see in the graph down there a steady growth. As of September 2021, we saw that the number of subscribers reached 96 million, and the number of homes passed reached 198 million. And that's an important trend to reaffirm and to see that we are steadily advancing towards the implementation of the connectivity targets set by the European Union. Here is another interesting slide I wanted to present you, because here you see the market trends both in the EU 27 plus UK and in EU 39, because we see clearly from this graph that the EU 27 plus UK countries account for almost 60% of FTTH subscription. And that's an increasing trend over the years already. And more than half of FTTH deployments are performed inside EU 27 plus UK countries. So that gives you a good idea about the trends in terms of fiber deployment. Here you have a breakdown of how fiber is deployed in terms of the players. I think that's an interesting slide to present as well, because still alternative ISPs are at the forefront of fiber rollout. Around 57% of total homes in the region have been passed by alternative ISPs. But of course, everyone is now very strongly pushing for fiber rollout. So you have the graph at the bottom there as well. In terms of the ranking within the EU 27 plus UK region, here you have on the right side the top growing markets. France leads the leaders there, followed by UK and Germany. The numbers are pretty impressive. And on the very far right end, you also have the percentages in terms of the increase, by percentages. So you have different numbers. There are different countries there, just because the starting position is different, of course. But I think this comparison is interesting to look at. And here, of course, you have the comparison between 2017 and September 2029. Hence, the table is a bit heavy. But if you have time and willingness to explore a bit more, it really gives you good basis to analyze situation in different countries. Of course, everyone is always interested who are the leaders in terms of fiber deployment. We are pleased to say that 2 new countries have passed the 50% mark. So you have them there, Slovakia and Hungary. That's very good development. And this slide is pretty much self-explanatory. But again, it's interesting to see this leaderboard. In terms of ranking of subscriptions over time, here again you have the leaders on the right side. France is leading the country list, followed by Spain, and you have also the comparison in terms of the percentage increase. I don't want to spend too much time on these slides because you have the numbers also available. This map, in my opinion, is really important because you can deploy fiber as much as you want, but what is important is that people are using it. Because without that, the infrastructure benefits will not be fully reaped. And that's really important to ensure that there is significant take-up. In terms of take-up rates across those 2 regions I mentioned, within EU 27 plus UK, it has reached 52.4%, and in the EU 39, it has reached 48.5%. And of course, the color code gives you a nice and neat overview about how the European map looks in terms of the take-up rate. I think this is really key, and in the next few years, FTTH Council Europe will definitely focus quite a bit on this topic to ensure that we advise the decision makers on the best ways how to incentivize the take-up rate. Of course, we can talk a lot how fiber increases the customer experience. I thought that it would be interesting to bring these few graphs here because, of course, the higher download speeds, higher upload speeds, and so on, the working from home aspect, all that we know, and of course, COVID-19 pandemic and and the related changes in the ways how we live, how we work, how we entertain ourselves, all that kind of increased the demand for connectivity even further. So fiber stands there very importantly as the solution, if you wish. Here, this is really important slide because it shows you the penetration rates of the European countries. Clearly, we see that Eastern Europe and Nordic countries are at the top because you have the whole set of measures taken to improve it. Yeah, but again, I think this is a really interesting chart. Just like this one, because this gives you an overview about the remaining work to be done. And so it's not always nice to be at the top of the list, because it actually means that you have the most of the work left. So, of course, Germany, United Kingdom, and Italy leads the way here. And you have also there a sentence saying that the remainder in these three countries represents 58 of the total that still needs to be covered in the EU 27 plus UK region. So that's pretty impressive. There is lots of business opportunities out there, and we are pleased that the political will is there, that the regulatory framework is there, so actually just something that needs to be done. Another important topic is really to eliminate the digital divide between the rural areas and city environment. And here you have an overview about rural coverage, which shows you that only 30% of people in these areas can benefit of the connectivity benefits that we can all share in cities and in urban areas. And here you have the top ranking countries on the left side, led by Denmark, Latvia, Spain. And as you see, the numbers are, if you go down, the numbers decrease quite significantly. And again, the map, I think, gives you a good overview about where we stand in different countries. And what is important like when we look a bit more philosophically is really that whatever we choose to invest in, it is important that we bridge the gap, the digital gap, and that by making choices in terms of technology, we actually not create future divides. And that's very important because we clearly see that fiber allows for future increased demand to be fully served by the technology. Other technologies might need additional investments and so on. So in that sense, that's really important to remember that fiber has this capacity to go along with increased demand in the years to come. So that's a very strong message on our side that fiber indeed is the response to the future needs of our societies, economies, workplaces, entertainment. Metaverse was mentioned as well by previous speakers. All that will create enormous amount of demand, and fiber needs to be there to really serve this increased demand. So here you have our projections about the future. Again, I won't go too much into the numbers because you'll have them published right now, so you can have here a comparison between both regions in terms of subscribers forecasts until 2027, and also evolution in terms of homes passed. I think the subscribers forecast is really important because these numbers show you that the trend is continuous and that we have a bright future ahead of us. And also in terms of take-up rate, again, we see a steady growth in the years to come. Of course, from our perspective, we would like to see these numbers be even higher than what you have there. But it's good to see a steady growth. In terms of the top ranking countries in forecasts regarding 2027, so the top is led by France, UK, and Germany. I would like to conclude my short presentation by saying that from our perspective, again, coming to what I said in the beginning, we are not a technology neutral organization. We think that the fiber really is the solution for the needs that the next generations will have across the board. I mean, for all needs out there, smart cities, smart homes, the different ways of working, education, you name it. Fiber is really the technology to provide for the increased needs. On this, I would like to thank you again for the kind invitation for us to present these data. The numbers, you'll have them on hand after the presentation, and if you have some questions or comments, feel free to reach out to me. You have my contacts here as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your thoughts and also for your clarity regarding the development of FTTH in Europe. And you should really take the chance and to network with all of our speakers later on. So we can definitely see already that Europe is rapidly moving into the digital era, and we can certainly say that Germany has done exceptional well. So let's move to Germany now. And please welcome here on stage Mr. Wolfgang Heer, the CEO of the Bundesverband Glasfaserausschuss.
So hi everybody, I'm kind of blind now. I see that there's a lot of people, but I can recognize Hermann in the first row. Hello Hermann. Yeah, thank you very much for having me here, having me invited. And I will just, how do I manage here? Very good. Okay, so I'm quite glad, Artus, thank you for your last slide that Germany gets at least one bronze medal in the fastest growing market. We already had a meeting this morning, and I already mentioned some of our current developments there. By the way, I will have my smartphone here, not because you would be boring, but as my parents have been teachers, I could talk to you for hours, and you don't want to have that, I'm quite sure. So I've got a quarter of an hour, 15 minutes, and I'll do my best not to be much longer than that. Okay, so as you saw, in nearly all rankings, Germany is very much behind. And this morning we had a short presentation also about Spain, and the gentleman was eager to say that Spain has more fiber subscribers than Germany, Italy, and Great Britain together. And it's quite clear, these were also the three countries we saw here in Arthur's slides, which are the most copper left countries in Europe. So let's see, what I want to do is, or what I've been back to do is to give you a short overview how the German market is right now and what the perspectives are. I just checked it in the internet. Nearly every fifth European is a German, so our market is, alone from its size, has a certain relevance. So hopefully I will have some interesting details for you. Just a few words about our association. We are also not technology neutral, and we are sticking to fiber from the year of our foundation in 2009 on. So that's one of the reasons why I always like to come to the FTTH conferences. I do it since 10 years exactly this year, And by the way, Germany has always been the third last in the rankings. Since I come here, we are down there, so there's much potential to get better. So what is our job as association? You know, Germany is a world champion of having many associations for every purpose. Our purpose is the best one you can imagine. It's to have an area-wide fiber supply and to make, and this is even more important in these times, to make the investment in fiber optical networks be worth it. So we also had that this morning in Spain. It's much cheaper or less expensive to deploy networks. In Germany it isn't. We talked about toads who are able to break down fiber deployment and that stuff. Okay. Okay, how is fiber deployment or FTTB, FTTH deployment? If I say fiber, I mean FTTBH, okay? In Germany, everybody means or says fiber, but he means different things. For us, it's only FTTBH, okay? So we've also got around 160 member enterprises. Half of them are deploying and running fiber networks. And they, most of them have not the bigger size. So we don't have Deutsche Telekom among our members, and we don't have Deutsche Glasfaser. We don't have the cable companies. We have public services, municipalities, and enterprises like that. There's a small choice of them on the map, and I also want to mention that Huawei is a well-liked member of our association and delivers their technology to many of our members. Wrong direction, okay. So I've got three bigger chapters in my slides. The one is a bit of market data. I think Arthurs just took away all the surprise by the most current data. We've gathered some things together for you. Pandemics or corona pandemics have further increased data usage. This is not really a surprise. Interesting for us and also for ISPs might be the fact that the classic fixed line telephony, which was dying away in Germany for years, has seen some kind of renaissance. So we will see if that will remain like that, but this was quite interesting from our point of view. The number of broadband connections keeps on rising. This is true, and this is also necessary, and still the share of FTTBH access is the smallest one, but it's constantly growing. Yeah. I was very glad to see the subscriber rates of throughout Europe. Also there, Germany is a bit behind, whereas in Europe, on the average, I think every second possible access is really used. In Germany, it's only 30%. Okay. Yeah, this can be seen here. We can go over those slides a bit further. Let me mention, I also did it this morning. Homes passed is a nice number. For us, or for Germany, it's not something serious. Yeah, because it's not clear what you mean by a home passed. Maybe the fiber line is 500 meters away from you, so then it passes you, okay, but there's much work left to connect your household. Okay, so from that point of view, we like to take regard to homes connected and subscribers. Okay, why is the take-up that small in Germany? One part of it is that Deutsche Telekom is not actively marketing their FTTH lines. And this is due to the regulation which is still existent in the copper network. You know, in the copper network, Deutsche Telekom has significant market power and is the only regulated enterprise in Germany. So understandable also from our side is that they do not want to have their fiber lines affected by a copper regulation. So they do not actively market their fiber lines, and take-up has potential to above. What we have seen in the last, say, 18 months is that a lot of capital comes to Germany, and this is despite the zero interest rates we have in Germany. You know, if you go to a bank in Germany and you say, hey, I have money here, they say, okay, we punish you. You just have to give us some, don't know the English term, Strafzinsen, Aufbewahrungsentgelte. Yeah, negative interest rates, yeah. So, but despite of that, much foreign capital is coming into the market and waits for investments. The business model which is behind those capital investments which we see here is mainly going to the rural areas where you don't have the competition of cable companies and to be the only supplier of higher bandwidth. I mentioned it this morning too. I forgot to include a slide with the figures of Germany. So we have 82 million inhabitants, 40 million telco households, 19 million buildings in which those people live. And copper connects around 96% of all households. The coax or the cable networks, nearly 70%. And as you saw, the fiber access is between 10 and 20%. Okay, so what we have seen in the last years already is a constant rise in investment into telco systems. These numbers, they have been published by, I think, is it Bundesnetzagentur or no, it's another survey. They include also substitute investment. So this is not the real investment, the only investment into new networks, but we think that this will further rise through the foreign investment capital, and this will give us some problem which might be produced by additional public funding. I will come to that a few minutes later. Okay, so then a few words about the political and regulatory framework. I don't know if someone said before me that we have a framework which is appropriate now for further fiber rollout. I'm not quite of the same opinion, and you will see why. What is good is, you know, we have since last year we have a new federal government. We call it a traffic light coalition. It's red for the Social Democrats, yellow for the Liberals, and green for the Greens. And the coalition treaty, which they have agreed upon, says that we need an area-wide fiber supply. This is really because in the past, or in the past 10 years, we only had bandwidth goals, such like 50 megabit per second in the download, which neglected any upload necessities, any latency numbers, and all that stuff. So this is really good. And we now have, we even have a ministry which is dealing with digital issues also in its name. We didn't have that until now. So now there's this ministry for formerly known as Ministry for Traffic is now called the Federal Ministry for Digital Affairs and Traffic. Very good. Okay. So we have in Germany we have implemented the European Electronic Communications Code, the EECC, last year, shortly before the federal elections. Thank God, because if we had not managed to put it into German law before the elections, we would have been obliged to do it again after the elections, and nobody wanted that. So we are quite glad we have it, but it's not all what is gold is also very good. And this is also valid for this thing here. We have two things which are not coming out of the European codex, but out of national laws, and these are the so-called right on supply with telecommunication services. You know, if you're living anywhere and you don't have fast internet, what might it be? You can go to somebody and say, I have a right to get fast internet. The reason is to divide, as Arthurs just said, digital divide, which is a good goal. This is no matter why. The problem with it is how to organize such a right. Yeah. Would you oblige some carrier just to deploy fiber to the household, which has not got 100 Mbit now? Would you give him some mobile connection? This is still not clear. And the second big, say, problem section within the new telecommunications law in Germany is that we have a customer protection which is unbelievable. Yeah? You would say, okay, if you buy a car or a washing machine, yeah, government says you are able to read some general information about the product. In Germany, we take that task off any telecommunication client. You have to explain him 1,000 times what you will get. We have those very administrative product information sheets which have to be published anywhere. There are now some obligations to compensate customers for bad service and all that stuff. This is causing very high cost in the administrations of the enterprises and does not contribute actively to further fiber rollout. Okay, this is the reason why I mention it. Don't want to be bad about German legislation, but this is really a problem. Okay, so from the regulatory side, it might be interesting for you that our German regulator has made 2 decisions how to further regulate the last mile market. And interestingly, he said, the Bundesnetzagentur said, the copper market will further be regulated like we know it, ex ante, and the fiber market could be regulated ex post with some control against abuse. And this is also some kind of incentive to be given to Deutsche Telekom that they could finally start fiber rollout, like what they are telling us since 10 years. Okay, so and the prices for the last copper mile have also been regulated now for 10 years, which is completely new. Normally we had regulation periods of 2 or 3 years. The prices have fallen a bit, and the good thing is that they are now clear for 10 years because investment or the prices, the regulated prices, have some kind of anchor function for other wholesale prices in the German market. So this is at least a stable framework which we have in regulation. Very important issue is how to organize the migration from copper to fiber networks. And we are dealing with this goal in the so-called Gigabit Forum. This is also newly founded by Bundesnetzagentur. We like all those branch meetings. For every purpose, there's a meeting. Oh, I see my time is coming to an end. I will hurry up a bit, okay? Just give me 2 or 3 minutes. So it's quite important to have some rules how it can be organized that Deutsche Telekom, once they start to migrate from copper to fiber networks, do not also transform their significant market power. We are not done with this yet, but we are discussing it. Yeah, short notice, Broadband Cost Reduction Directive is in its revision by the European bodies. We are quite keen to see if they are doing better this time and if the German legislative will do it better than last time. You know, our German Diginetzgesetz is not a law to incentivize further fiber rollout, but to overbuild existing fiber networks, which is not really good. Okay, last 2 or 3 slides. This is from our point of view, it's the most important one. Where will the market go? Because this is the connect to the ISP issue or questions. Yeah? Where will the market go to? We are quite sure, or we think, quite sure is a big word, we believe that there will be also in 8 or 10 years, there will be some vertically integrated enterprises, but we are quite sure that the division of labor will grow exorbitantly. That the market players will stick to their core competencies, and this will be organized mainly by open access on different points of the value chain. Yeah. We are quite sure that in the future it will be possible to change your supplier by mouse click, like we do it already now in the electricity market in Germany. Today this is not possible because we have 3 different infrastructures. So some change of provider will take, for physical reasons, 2 or 3 days, if it works at all. Okay, so the need for integration and interactivity is also very important for further fiber rollout. I think Arthurs also mentioned it, because we will have to manage energy, mobility, waste management and other sectors in a completely new way if we want to cope with the sustainability questions. Open access is the key. We only see mainly we see advantages out of this. Out of that, we see it on a passive and an active basis, and it has to be negotiated. It should not be regulated from our point of view, but it should be negotiated where it is possible. Okay, so we have done some work there, but ask me afterwards if you like to. I will be here the whole afternoon if you have questions on the German market and what we do for organizing open access. Thank you very much for your attention and interest.
Vielen, vielen Dank, Herr Herr.
Es war mir eine Freude.
Yeah, thank you so much for your unique viewpoints, for your insights, and yeah, let's go on with shaping the future. And the key element for a robust internet infrastructure is, I think you're all aware of this, technology research. So how can technology help us to do better what we already excel at? Well, to answer this question, we will now have the pleasure to hearing the expertise of the director of the Optical and Quantum Communication Laboratory. Welcome, Dr. Maxim Kushnerov.
Mic check. Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here in Vienna. I will explain high level the trends of the optical physical layer technologies, ranging from access down to the core. Not too much research, although I'm a research guy, from Munich. Anyway, so if we look at the trends of use cases that we have, especially since Corona is obvious on the right, that video is driving a lot of bandwidth, but it's also clear that if we kind of extrapolate the technology of access technology needed for the future, that today's applications don't really drive future research, because the video of today doesn't need 1 gig to the home, right? I mean, you guys all know you stream Netflix with 50 megabits per second, you're totally fine, right? Because you don't care about latency and all that kind of stuff. But if we think about future applications, going to more interactive mode where latency becomes important, then the bandwidth requirements will blow up definitely. So this VR, AR, potentially holographic. I mean, today it's kind of, we all anticipate these use cases. We work on these technologies. It's not clear when they will come, what they will need, but we kind of know they're going to need a fat pipe, right? So how do we make that happen? This is a summary of the various technologies which we have today or in the next years coming to the market, from the access down to the core, to improve the overall bandwidth and the user experience. So on the one hand, we have just generally more capacity, right? I mean, you need to build a big fat pipe with line rates today ranging up to 800 gigabit per lambda and ever increasing. Need more amplified spectrum, super C+L band. We need also a better protection in our network, so always on with automatically switched networks. We need also scalable networks. We would use more optical switching, these OXC, so I'll show you later how they look like for each use case. These optical switching needs to be combined, in our vision, with an end-to-end kind of OTN network, which accepts these multi-service requirements from any legacy or future service. And of course, it's an intelligent network which makes planning and maintenance for you as easy as possible. So first, about the bandwidth. As you may know, it's really became really hard lately to increase the spectrum efficiency of optical modems, right? When we went from 10G to 100G, we pretty much scaled up the spectrum efficiency by a factor of 10 or even 20, depending on the number of channels that you used. But these days, it's not possible anymore. So if we go from 200G to 400G to 800G, it comes with a trade-off. You know, would you need more bandwidth for these high-capacity channels? So in order for you to really increase the overall fiber capacity, we need more amplified spectrum. As you see here, the Super C plus Super L band, which can enable up to 240 channels in an equivalent of 50 gigahertz, which, you know, this is what you need to stay, to enable bandwidth growth for the next 5 to 10 years. So we definitely need not just 800 gig, because by itself, 800 gig is a, maybe a hollow word. You know, you have more data throughput, but you also occupy more spectrum. You need also more amplified spectrum, like in the use case seen on the right, so you're scalable for the next many years. Now, on the transceiver side, I already mentioned 800 gig, but it's not just 800 gig. It's, we have a variety of optical interfaces which are designed for particular use cases. On the left, you see the small form factor, hot pluggable CFP2. It's a, you know, in seamless upgrade module which you can plug in, and it would replace your today's 100G, if you have 100G, with the same user experience, same distance, same form factor, nothing much changes. And it's, you know, it's enabled by integration in optical components, silicon photonics, low power ASICs. And that's, you know, a really neat module, especially for metro edge or metro regional scenarios, but also in the European long haul. You know, this is a viable core network interface. Going beyond, you know, we have the high performance optical interface these days, which offers a 400 gig, like you see in the middle, long haul interconnect in a 100 gigahertz channel spacing, and you can also switch it or increase it up to 800 gig. Of course, it's a distance bandwidth trade-off, right? So with 800 gig per lambda, you could get up to, you see on the bottom, 96 terabits per second per single fiber. It's a crazy capacity, right? But this doesn't cover, let's say, the full, you know, meshed backbone in Europe, but can be used for high capacity, maybe data center interconnect scenarios. On the other hand, the 400G is designed these days, today, to cover the backbone scenario, enabled by, again, component integration and advances in signal processing. Now, looking at the network itself, you know, it's clear that we need to become, in order to have, you know, more end-to-end capacity. It's not just about the interfaces, it's about the line system as well, and the network as well. So if you build data centers, you know, which are new and common use case these days, you don't want to be congested or prohibited by several portions in the network which have too much wavelength utilization coming from the legacy scenarios. You want to be more optical, more meshed, where you can switch data transparently from end to end, optimally utilizing the spectrum, but also being able to plan these networks easily, right? Because it's not just about putting the hardware in, it's also about making it really easy to use and to maintain. Now, protection is very important, right? We can always underestimate, if one doesn't know, how many fiber cuts happen. And just people, you know, every construction site just finds out often by accident, oh, there's a fiber cable in here, yeah? And the question is, which kind of protection do you provide, you know, to your customers if you build a network? And there's several trade-offs. You know, you have the classical ASON based on OTN, so electrically switched, which gives you the most flexibility, you know, the very fast recovery times, but also higher cost, because you need to terminate your optical channel at each OTN switch. And on the other hand, you know, it's much more cost effective. This is W, so the wavelength, switched optical network, which where you just switch the lambdas end to end. And you can do it in different ways. You can, for example, have a one transceiver, which is a switch card in the front, and utilizing the same lambda, you just, by detecting a fiber cut, you can very quickly switch that lambda. You can also, for restoration scenarios, think about lambda tuning. So, if you have several fiber cuts and your network needs to replan a new path and realizes there's a different lambda going through, which could be a potential protection path, you can also easily tune your transceiver. So the key, I think, is both, utilizing both to providing, for each customer, each SLA, the best user experience. So a hybrid ASON is where it's at. Now, I already spoke about optical, right? Optical protection. In order to have optical protection, you need to have more optical switching. And optical switching is a technology which has been around for a long time and is becoming more and more, wider deployed. It used to come from the backbone, from the long haul, but these days, as you see here on the chart, which starts on the right from the backbone, metro core, aggregation, and really down to the access ring, we have purpose-built products which, in different form factors, sizes, and cost points, and also, degrees of your ROADMs, for example, cover all these use cases. And our OXCs are, very neat devices. You see on the right, it's you hardly see any cables in the front because we use optical backplanes to interconnect the optical meshes. It's a really integrated way of future switching. But of course, if you switch optically, you can only switch a lambda compared to electrical switching, where you can really have much finer granularity of your services. And speaking of electrical switching, so OTN down to from core to the access is one very efficient way to build a network. It's also one very efficient way to give transition legacy services to a new green field. And also here, optimally combining optical and electrical OTN switching with a kind of custom-made suite of different form factors, different number of cards you can put in with different functionality, which are, the higher you go, the bigger the switches become, the lower you go to the edge, the smaller they can be, and also you can see you can just put it on the pole for such an outdoor installation. This flexibility, we can offer, which makes it really easy to deploy and to use. And I already spoke about it, so the migration of, especially all these SDH services, right? By now I would assume they should be all be migrated, but it's still not the case, apparently. Otherwise I wouldn't have the slide here. It comes, what I mentioned before provides you the tools to do that, to be able to have, on the right bottom, really a potentially end-to-end one-hop network, which is combined optical and electrical, and we don't have the need to manage several legacy networks, which just becomes at some point unsustainable. So it's also about not just about which hardware you bring to the field and how fast your modem is. It's also about how easy it is to plan, right? We all remember the times where it was big Excel sheets and just paper on the table. These days are gone, right? And things need to become more automated. Like one click, you should have a configuration of a network in a really short time, which is what our tooling is enabling. At the same time, it's not just about the planning, it's also about the maintenance, right? For example, a fiber cut or a just general fiber outage, service outage because of whatever can happen in the link is quite cumbersome if it's you need to fix it once it happens, right? You see in the middle we have these predictive services powered by machine learning, which are already quite accurate, predicting when do we think a certain service might go down because of fiber loss increasing or just Generally, the transceivers are aging. So what you want to do is you want to give the operator a narrow enough window where they can switch, kind of, upgrade the service without risking a downtime actually to the customer, and also without dispatching an emergency, service technician. So a well enough prediction saves money because you can preemptively attack issues before they happen, and you don't need to. You can use just common maintenance windows to upgrade your network without any visible downtime to the service side. And also on the right, it's also about visualizing what your network is and how it can be switched in case of these outages. This is what makes the kind of the whole picture tie together. So this is the big picture of visualizing, planning, and maintaining the network. So this is a summary of what I just said. Where we are, where we're going, or depending where the customer is, right? So today you can roll out 400 gig, 800 gig line-side DWDM interfaces if you choose to. Of course, you can. There's always a path to starting with 200 Gs, which may be more cost efficient. But of course, it's also recommended if you build a new line system, new greenfield, to make sure it's already L-band capable, right? I mean, especially if you build a backbone in Europe, pan-European network, you don't want to be going back there in 5 to 10 years and just stripping things out, So you get the lowest kind of first-in cost by just enabling super C-band, but making sure that it's easily upgradable to L-band when the demand hits, right? But you don't need to spend the money day one on the L-band. And the other aspects I already mentioned on the slides. So anyway, it's a smooth transition to the future and helps you to build a future-proof network down the road. Now, obviously, this is a Access conference, and I didn't talk about Access that much. But in Munich, so in my research lab, we do research optical, so fixed access systems, components, and DSP. And our latest kind of pony is the 50G PON. So this is we've been developing high performance components for prototypes for 50G PON. As well, we've been involved in the standardization of these line rates in ITU-T. You see here the expected window of when this could pick up. Maybe it's a bit optimistic for Europe, right? But China is a bit ahead of us, obviously, and they have not these German issues of regulation as we have. But definitely towards the end of this decade, 50G PON will be the mainstream. And already today, actually for the last several years, we've been making the necessary research steps for making that happen. So that kind of the research cycle starts way before you see an uptick in the market. And this is also something which, if you ever get a chance to be in Munich, I invite you, there's open door, anyone to come by. We're going to show you our labs, show you the latest prototypes that we have for 50G PON, and also anything else we have there next to it. Okay, so the last two slides are just exemplary, use cases of, how we helped certain customers to transition to, the next gen network generation. And I think the key indicators are here on the bottom. We see that, how much we could increase the capacity, for example. We could just double it up. More importantly, the downtime. I mean, depending on what was used before, you see the downtime here is reduced to a very bare minimum using the techniques I mentioned before. And also, it's also about the cost, obviously, right? Every time we bring a new generation of interfaces to the market, or new line system, we don't just increase the performance, we also try to decrease the cost per bit. And in this use case, this is what happened. Yeah? So the 200G of the future, 400G of the future should be, of course, much more cost efficient than the legacy 100G DWDM modem that you had. And the last slide is also a nice summary of how we help an operator, or generally how to help operators to get away from running multiple legacy brownfield networks with a lot of legacy services to a more unified approach. We used a combination of purpose-built for each use case, from big to small, from high performance to maybe just a low-end optical and an OTN switching to really make sure that any kind of future demands of the next 10 years are properly covered by this technology. And again, your total cost of ownership goes down in this use case for this operator. The revenue in 2 years went up, such as the subscriber number, which also increased. Anyway, thank you very much for your attention. It was a pleasure.
Thank you very much for your insights into this topic. I really appreciate also the outlook into the future. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
So, yes, I'm certain we are all feeling inspired by all the speakers that already have been here on stage, and we have learned a lot about the latest trends and drivers that thrive the industry. So now I'm really excited to announce that the time is ripe for even more, because Huawei will launch new products and solutions and the Fast Track program for ICPs. So this is the part that we all have been waiting for. The time's ripe. Let's welcome Mr. Yang Liang, the Director, Western Europe Enterprise Business Group, Integrated Industry Departments.
Okay, thank you and welcome. No matter you are on site or online, good afternoon and guten Tag. I'm Yang Liang. Okay, it's my pleasure to introduce our new solutions, 2 new solutions and 1 new product to the ISP industries. Please look at the first solutions, FD Fiber to the Room. As Mr. Zhang Lin mentioned, our mission is to build a fully optical intelligence internet. So that means it's not only about backbone, right? But also it's about last mile and maybe it is last meters. Fiber to the room is a next generation homes last meter networking solutions. Fiber to the room solutions use the optical fibers featuring smart size, lightweight, ultra long service lives, and the unlimited bandwidth evolutions, solving the problem of the home network coverage with the last meters, and provide a new choice for the homes and building networking. It can provide a high quality gigabit bandwidth for every rooms in the multi-rooms in apartment, hotel, and the villas. Okay, next, let's look at the second solutions, ONT, point-to-multipoint. Okay, ONT, point-to-multipoint, is a new enterprise private lines solutions, which use the passive access to OTN to implement the fast coverage of OTN private lines and implement hard pipes and the low-cost, higher quality private lines with the deterministic latency on the OTN network. This is the OTN point-to-multipoint solutions. Well, let's look at the new product. NetEngine 2000 M4 is the highest density 400 giga full service router of the 1.2 Tbps capacity within just 2U chassis. That means it can be deployed as a brass in the roadside cabinet together with the ONT, OLT, and the DSLAM. It means we can improve the bandwidth efficiency and reduce the cost through the deploy the all layer 3 traffic to the edge size. So this is all the solution part. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now that we already got these amazing insights into the innovations of Huawei, I can say so far, so good. But we have even more in store for you. Let's now welcome Mr. Robbie Wong, the Director, Western Europe Enterprise Business Group, ICP Industry, to introduce Huawei's new fast-track program for ICPs.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I'm Robbie Wang, in charge of ISP business in West Europe region. Yeah, I saw a lot of familiar face, so which means I already merged a lot with West Europe region. That's something good. Today we talk a lot about market trend, technology trend. Maybe that's the right time we talk about get some good products buying. Yeah, so today I will bring you two fast-track programs in West Europe region. First one, for IP market, now we are offering two NetEngine routers for fast-track program. One is NetEngine 8000 F1A, the industry's best pizza box, B&G, only with 1U height and can support 64,000 subscribers. And another one, NE8000 M1C, is really compact and has high density GE and 10G ports, and with only 220 millimeter depth. The most important thing, it could be deployed with the same rack of OLT equipments. Yeah. So it could be, oh, thank you. So it could be used as a multi-service edge router and mini BNG. So if more details, I don't want to share more, leave some secret. So if you are interested about the details, contact your local Huawei office, our local Huawei partner. So the next fast track program for us is focused on FTTH scenario. So ONT, yeah, most of you are familiar with this part. So home network now becomes essential requirements. The last topic I'm showing here is Western Europe ONT fast track program. We choose the most popular 4GPON model to support 4-week delivery. Actually, I'm talking it with a conservative way. Actually, we can deliver within 2 weeks for most of the model. And for 4 of them, we have 1 bridge model and 3 dual-band Wi-Fi gateway, which we could cover most of the scenarios of FTTH. And this fast track program will begin next month. So it's a new one for our ISP industry. So if you're interested about it, yeah, talk to our local office and local partners. That's all about my part. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Robbie Wong, and yes, all this helpful information. Thank you also once again to Mr. Yang Liang for launching these wonderful products and solutions. And yes, you experienced already so many new things and many things happening in your mind perhaps right now. So a 10-minute coffee break is scheduled. Enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, the Huawei Global Internet Service Industry Summit will begin in 5 minutes again. Thank you for your cooperation. everyone, welcome back. So I hope you're full of caffeine and ready for the next part of this summit. In this next part, we are going to hear about some real-world success stories, and we dive deeper into how to develop our businesses. In your daily practices, you might have been often asked, what comes next? Well, we are here to find the answer. And yes, a key to the internet development is, of course, the construction of an optical network, right? So let's talk about carbon neutrality now for a greener, safer future and environment and society. Our next speaker comes from Germany. Please welcome Dr. Hermann Rodler, the CTO of Mnet.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a big pleasure being here in Vienna, seeing the whole fiber community, also seeing a lot of friends here, despite that the light is very, very bright, so I only see the first row. So welcome to my talk. Let's see what is the thing. So the talk is all about climate neutrality. As you know, in Germany, it's a big thing, specifically since the gas crisis and the oil crisis. I want to discuss with you what to do and how to achieve that for 5G. So most of you probably don't know who is Mnet and what is Mnet. So Mnet is a purely fiber-based operator owned by the 5 biggest cities in the state of Bavaria. The reason for founding Mnet was that the mayor of Munich was in Japan. They have a exchange and relationship due to the Olympic Games in 1972 in Sapporo. So every year they travel, the guys from Japan travel to Munich and vice versa. And in 1995 he visited Japan and learned that Japan has launched a nationwide fiber deployment program, so to fiber to the home for every home in Japan. And the reason was that the internet is the big thing in the future. And without fiber, the internet is not working pretty well. And that was the only message he got. He is no technology guy. So he called the CEO of Deutsche Telekom. Internet is important. I want that Munich is an interesting location for internet companies. So please build fiber in Munich. And Deutsche Telekom refused. Say, no, copper is better. Then, and fiber is too expensive. Then he said, okay, we pay 50% of investment, and you pay 50%, and you market the network. And Deutsche Telekom refused again. And then he called the governor of Bavaria and said, I want fiber in Munich. And they both decided, so let's build our own network operator, fully based on fiber. And that was the foundation of Mnet. It started with 12 people. 10 engineers and service technicians, one boss and one sales guy. And now after 25 years, so we have just celebrated 25th anniversary last year. We are 1,000 employees. We have 280 million euro revenues, more than 500,000 customer contracts. We have 800,000 fiber access points, and we don't count homes passed because a home passed is not creating revenue. We count homes connected. So we only count the home if there is within 5 days we can activate the fiber in the building. So only homes with the fiber in the basement of the building is counted as home connected. And after 25 years, we serve more than 200 cities and villages only in the state of Bavaria. And there are 2 main topics of Mnet. One is from citizens for citizens, so we have no private equity, we are not stock market listed, so our owners are the citizens of the 5 biggest cities. So our priority first is customer service, and second is then profitability. So it's different to private equity and stock market listed companies. And the other mantra which we brought into life in 2018 was, due to carbon neutrality, is based from basic physics that transmitting bits of information over photons is orders of magnitude more efficient in terms of power efficiency than using electrons. The photon is mightier than the electron. So we redesigned all our technology initiatives around photonic layers and want to solve every problem on the photonic layer and not with electrons and software. This gives you a little bit of background. So the key targets we have gotten from the beginning, because the beginning was focused on big enterprises. They are well-known global companies based in Munich, in the car industry, in the machine, or in the software and machinery industry, in air traffic. Airbus is in Munich, and the task of the founders was, we want to have the best network for enterprises and for the government agencies and the city agencies. So bandwidth, latency, reliability, security, and carbon efficiency. And last year, we got the certificate as the first operator in Germany to be climate neutral. And please look, it's called climate neutral, not carbon neutral. So we don't buy carbon certificates from the market. We are climate neutral, so we have reduced our power so much, and we buy only green electricity in order to reduce our carbon footprint as much as possible. And the rest, remaining residuals, which is mostly the cars, the company cars, are done with compensation. So we invest in compensating projects which are classified after the gold standard of the UN GHQ protocol to compensate the rest, but no acquisition of certificates. The first step I want to share with you is the backbone network, which we started in 2018. It's now in full operation. There is not a single electro-optic conversion in the whole network. The theory, we looked at a 100 gigabit connection between Munich and Frankfurt, because these are the two biggest data center locations in Germany, where most of the data centers are located. And Frankfurt, as you know, is the biggest internet exchange in the world, with the highest exchange traffic, even more than in the US, the big internet exchanges. And we used a new mathematical theory from the Technical University of Munich, which was only published in 2014, the first time. And the MNET implementation is the first commercial implementation of this theory in a commercial network. So the theory said we have a reduction for 100 gigabit of 90%, since it was the first implementation, and also the signal processor, which was used here, was right after the tape out. So it was the first pilot and prototype for a new generation of signal processors. So we set a target of 75% power consumption reduction. The actual network now, we have it fully in operation after 2 years, is we have achieved 88% power reduction for a 100 gigabit link between Munich and Frankfurt. So since we have now achieved our goal in the fixed network, the next topic is 5G and carbon neutrality. As you know, 5G is extremely power hungry, and the city of Munich wants to be the first metropolitan city in Europe which is carbon neutral by 2035. So every city organization has tough targets, since others like the heating unit or the gas unit, they cannot be so fast. Others like us, we have a target to be carbon neutral by 2025 from the city, and we achieved it last year, so the other guys are happy because we compensate a lot of their problems. And the next topic we wanted to address is 5G with a new architecture. It's called low power, no tower, instead of high power, high tower, by using photonic technologies to reduce the energy consumptions by 95%. So the theory was done with the Indian Institute of Technology, where we did a lot of mathematical and simulations of networks. And the basic physical meaning behind is that the field strength goes down linear with the reducing the cell radius, but the energy goes down with the square of the radius with the reduction. So the smaller the cell, the bigger the power reduction. What we have had at the beginning of the project was a grid with 1 kilometer spacing, still from the 1800 megahertz 2G rollout in the end of the 19th. And since 3G, the license was so expensive in Germany, the mobile operators didn't upgrade the grid. They just reused the 1800 megahertz grid for providing the 2.1 gig for 3G. And now they are densifying the network a little bit with the 3.5, but only in the populated areas. And then the discussion with the city was, this is not sufficient. So what we decided since 2018, that we built a sea of fiber, we call it. First of all, that we have really every building in the city connected to fiber. And secondly, and this is the red and green dots, is typically in the 2G, 3G, 4G area, there were 3 central offices serving whole of Munich. With 5G, some are planning still with 3. Those who are looking for low latency services are giving it 1 more. But we said, if you look to the future, 2030, if you want to do autonomous public transportation, if you want to do smart city and real-time applications in the city, you need much lower latencies. So we planned the whole fiber architecture for more than 40 central offices in Munich, that we have a edge cloud infrastructure for mobile operators. So and the spacing is actually in most of the parts less than 250 meters, and we offer this network to mobile operators as a wholesale platform. How does it work? Here you see the 2 models. One is the standard rooftop you see in every city on every rooftop. And the other one is the pilot, which is up and running now with Telefonica. I can say it, it's public. And we have addressed 2 areas. One is the city center Marienplatz, the hotspot for tourists, and Kaufingerstraße, where the most of the tourists are. And the other one is Gärtnerplatz, which is the topic for the club scene for the young people, which meet in the evening on Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, so where the action is going on for the younger generation. So the targets we have achieved is, for the big rooftops, the permitting cost to really, from start of the project until you can light on a tower is, if say 100, the cost, then a microcell is 5% only. So we save 95% of the permitting costs with the microcell. The permitting time is, on average, Munich is extremely difficult because we have a green party in the government, so it's nearly impossible and it's very tough to get permits. So on average it's 540 days to get a permit for a rooftop. For the microcells, the average was 45 days. For a tower, you need a truck roll, so you need a crane, you need to block the city. For the microcell, you don't need. And the other thing is, as you know, because of the energy management, each building has to be deployed with smart meters. So we do a synergy with the smart meter rollout in the city of Munich. 300,000 smart meters have to be deployed. And we combine the smart city connection with fibers with the deployment of the fibers for the microcells. So we save a lot of money in the rollout costs. How does it look like? These are 3 pictures here. One is a standardized microcell antenna holder. This is from Huber und Suhner, so courtesy, which is used also by Swisscom. So our people are deploying this already pre-installed in agreement with the mobile operator, and independently then the mobile operator can, as soon as he wants to deploy, he just takes off the plastic cover and plugs in, so it's a plug-in solution, no screws and nothing, plugs in the microcell active antenna, and that's it. You see the fiber racks, so it's a sea of fiber. Each rack has 2,000 fibers running into it, very high density. And you see the prefabricated edge cloud containers. The size is a way that we don't need building permits, so we have a relief in the permitting of installing the cloud containers. And very important, that's why I clapped when I heard the 22 centimeters. You see the architecture on the right side are the fiber racks from us and from the mobile operators who want to use our wholesale platform. On the left side are the active electronics from us, the OLTs for our business customers and consumer customers. And the mobile operators can place the racks with the virtualized data units there for their virtualized Open RAN technology in the future. So how does it look like? So all the Pro areas, so nearly 70,000 fiber access points are pre-installed. So the mobile operators have any possibility, they can, independent of buildings, they can plan their optimum 5G network in Munich, and the fiber is there. The latency between the radio site and the 5G virtualized data unit is less than 15 microseconds across the whole city. And in the blue area, we have the synergy of the microcell rollout with the FTTH upgrade from VDSL MDUs or to FTTB and the smart meter. So 3 business cases pay into one rollout. So we want to bring the cost for a mobile operator to roll out an energy-efficient 5G network dramatically. So that's it. My time is over. So I just wanted to give you a glimpse what Germany is doing. So Germany is not like Germany. There's some cities in Germany who are pretty ahead of the curve, but the rest is pretty behind. And I just want to keep that you keep 2 messages in mind. So Mnet is from citizens for citizens, and the photon is mightier than the electron. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for your thoughts and also for your clarity regarding carbon neutrality, and yes, also regarding the situation of Germany and what we can do for it in the future. So, ladies and gentlemen, we can see that cloud and cloud services are becoming more and more convenient and also more and more important. So, how will cloud-based managed services drive changes in the internet industry? Let's find it out. Please welcome Mr. Richard Miller, the Huawei Business Development Director.
Good afternoon, everyone. In the break, I was reflecting what we've learnt this morning, and as an Englishman, I will definitely sleep very soundly knowing that nearly 1 in 5 Europeans are German. That's my key takeout, definitely. But I think what it is, we've had some fine German speakers. Indeed. We've learned, and we saw some impressive stats actually about how fibre is expanding. It's expanding rapidly right across Europe and indeed other parts of the world. And we've also seen from some of the research guys and others how the technology is evolving to go faster, better, more efficient, and all of these wonderful things. And then finally, MTech actually started making me think just about the plethora of new suppliers and amazing new companies, startups, be they citizen-led or whatever, that are really taking fibre and those sort of things to the market. So the next 10, 12 minutes or so, I just want to take you through a slightly different set of thinking. That is, what are we going to do with this fibre? Okay, it's great, we've got all this lovely speed, but what can we do with it? And we'll start with some trends. I mean, you can pick your analyst. These are from Gartner and IDC, but you will definitely see that whenever you talk to analysts, this trend happening. And that is, whilst the rollout of network, and I work in Huawei Enterprise, so I'm very focused on enterprise solutions, the rollout of networks, WANs, is growing as a market. The way those networks are deployed is changing rapidly. And it's moving very much from a traditional man in a truck going, screwdrivers out, manually setting up the network through to a cloud-based service. And what's driving that are a number of things. One is the real need to integrate applications and services much more closely with your network in order to really benefit from those solutions. And secondly, as I'm sure you know, we're seeing an evolution of business models, much more of a sort of as-a-service solutions that are coming through. And what's driving that? On the right-hand side of the slide, and we've seen some great product demonstrations already around the way that particularly wireless is now much more becoming the de facto sort of last, I think last meters, certainly the last access points within the office. Modern technologies enabling hundreds, if not thousands, of people in a single environment to use wireless as their main way of accessing their LANs and their company services, as opposed to having to plug in a dog-eared piece of wire that was been sitting on the desk for the last 2 years. But there's two other trends which I think are definitely worth talking about. The first is just the way that cloud management of these networks has changed. It's driving significant efficiencies in the way that customers are set up, the way that you can configure customers' network, the way that you can change the customer's network because they don't remain static. And secondly, the way that particularly AI-enabled databases are driving this sort of intelligent maintenance. Things like predictive maintenance, rapid fault finding. And this is all driving a significant level of efficiency into the networks, and that's enabling this rapid change in the way that customers are buying their services. Let's just talk about that cloud management piece just for 30 seconds. I mean, this is not a dissimilar slide of the one that Mr. Wang put up right at the beginning, but if you can imagine how services and solutions can start evolving through this cloud management platform, you can see end-to-end a cloud management service sitting from, on the right-hand side of this slide, the users, the applications they're using, managing and getting complete oversight through those core networks, right the way through to the application providers and the data centers that they sit, be they in the public or private cloud. And that is really driving an amazing uplift in quality and an amazing uplift in the way that things can be integrated and the services that we can provide. And secondly, cloud management and those predictive maintenance and the intelligent O&M are really driving out costs. The way that a network can be deployed now into a mid-sized company, a small company, even a large company, is radically changed. A lot of the traditional costs associated with deploying, be it wide area networks or certainly local area networks, have been removed. They can all be done from a computer terminal. You don't have to send a truck to deploy these networks with an engineer on site, particularly. You just need to put them on the wall. And things like zero-touch provisioning and the ability to use app-based technology that you can literally scan barcodes, put them onto the ceiling, and then the network will self-authenticate and drag down configurations, is really taking out a massive amount of deployment and the operating costs that you see in those networks. And secondly, because of this management layer, the cloud-based management layer, you can see now that there's new opportunities for you as service providers in developing new revenue sources. And those really come from two areas. One is developing end-to-end solutions. It's not just about connectivity. It's about the solution I can provide, maybe addressing education or healthcare or a vertical market. And also evolving your businesses increasingly to manage services and being able to offer that solution as a managed service. And what we see in the market, and another driver for that trend in managed services, is that CIOs and IT departments in every company that you go and talk to, every company I go and talk to, don't really want to be managing their networks. They want to be managing the transformation that the network facilitates. They want to be managing how do I serve my employees better, not by worrying about whether the Wi-Fi is working anytime soon. So you can see there's a big opportunity for you as service providers in developing this market and taking your products and services to a new level. So what's Huawei's offer in all of this? We call it Cloud Campus. Now, Cloud Campus is a converged platform that delivers both WAN, SD-WAN capabilities and also LAN capabilities from one sort of central cloud-based controller. We call it iMaster NCE. You would have seen iMaster NCE mentioned on a number of our slides that we've put up by the previous presenters. iMaster NCE, just to clarify, is a kind of a brand name for a whole series of different network controllers that we have for IP, for Cloud Campus, and even some of our 5G applications. So they are sort of standalone management platforms. And that platform that we offer for Cloud Campus is the brains and the controller and the piece of software that really delivers the change. The platform is highly scalable. You can see along the top of that slide, it stretches down to SME and even micro businesses. We actually have one or two customers that are using this type of technology down to single router management, almost in a sort of consumer environment. But it also scales up to the largest enterprise and the largest public sector customers and delivery solutions that you might want. And then running down to the bottom of the slide, that platform then manages a whole series of network components, particularly the access routers that you might use to compile your wide area network, or increasingly software-defined wide area network, and the switches that connect those last elements of that. The one thing I would say is that this platform also supports a whole series of IoT capabilities. So from one network, not only do you get this amazing Wi-Fi capability at the bottom, but you can also have secondary radio networks, RFID or Bluetooth, that can run additional machine-to-machine and IoT capabilities, which is fairly unique in our space. This slide just talks about our overall portfolio, iMaster, which we just talked about there. The analyzer, there's an adjunct to the iMaster controller, and we call it iMaster Campus Insight, and that is the brains that delivers a lot of that autonomous and AI-enabled maintenance, predictive maintenance, and all of those things. And then the rest of the portfolio, including firewalls. You know, this platform is completely secure by design, but it's also flexible enough that if you don't want to use Huawei's firewalls for whatever reason, you can bring in other parties' capabilities along there to get the best of breed as well. The one thing I would point out on the access routers, you'll see the first bullet point saying 5G there. All of our routers now have a slot that you can put in a 5G card, which will give you either a resilient network, so if fiber gets cut, as someone was talking about in the first sessions, you know, the network will flip over to 5G, or you can do load balancing across the two, or just use it in some instances as 5G only in very remote parts where the fiber hasn't reached yet. It's completely flexible in the way that we've deployed our hardware. So Cloud Campus is available it's very flexible in terms of the way that you can consume it and buy it. You know, we have one or two customers that are taking Cloud Campus through as a secondary or tier 2 service provider, and that's completely fine. In fact, we have one or two very large customers that have deployed their own Cloud Campus for various requirements. But typically as MSPs and as ISPs, you would look to deploy your own Cloud Campus. The great thing about Cloud Campus is it's completely open. You can brand it yourself. It becomes your service, not Huawei's service. It's powered by Huawei, but it's your service. All the URLs can be branded. You can put your own logos on. You can put your own stamp on that platform. And because it's yours and resides in your data centers, you can then look at how you can integrate that platform in a deep and meaningful way, particularly into your network management systems and your billing systems, and then start deploying your own applications over the top of that. The efficiency, I sort of alluded to some high-level stats on what I think on one of the first slides. These are real stats from our customers that show just how efficient Cloud Campus is and more generically cloud management is. You know, in terms of planning, the Cloud Campus comes with a whole set of tools which strips out the need to go and do wireless planning, for example, in a customer's location. You can literally take the floor plan, the employee levels from the customer. You can plan the wireless network and then upload that into the platform and do everything, all the configs and everything, and it's all templated without ever visiting the customer until you go to install the hardware. And once that hardware is installed, it's very much a zero-touch provisioning exercise. It's about putting the hardware onto the ceiling or onto the wall, turning it on, and then zapping a barcode. Job done, and it will reach out to the network and drag down all the config that you've set. Okay, and then we can talk about the O&M and the way that drives efficiency and predictive maintenance and rapid fault finding as we go forward. I'm just conscious of my time here. We've seen there's about 100, maybe slightly more than now, but 100 MSPs that have deployed Cloud Campus across the world. And they're entering a whole series of different customers and different customer groups and using the platform, and it comes with a very open architecture. It has something like 1,000 APIs now that you can deploy and start integrating different applications and different solutions into that platform. And you're seeing, for example, in education, where we've got several big projects at the moment, even in Europe, rolling out Cloud Campus to thousands of schools, lighting up the classroom, and then integrating and enabling e-learning and other applications to work on those networks and giving the best experience for the children. And there's a whole plethora of other solutions. I'm around for the rest of the day, so we talk about it over coffee, perhaps. The other two things, and then I will wrap up. We talked about the way that the cloud management can work end to end. Mr. Wang has already talked about our storage solutions, and storage is another capability that you can then start integrating into your managed solutions and work through how you can deploy storage solutions, either from the largest customers, multi-tenanted, disaster recovery, and all of those things, all right the way down to perhaps smaller, more discrete capabilities. But that fits perfectly well with this concept of a cloud-managed solution, delivering solutions to the market. And equally, and this slide I think is the exact same slide Mr. Wang put on, but it emphasizes that this sits on top of the fiber. And in certain situations, you can start wholesaling Cloud Campus because it's a multi-tenanted platform. And by sitting on top of that, you can start creating new businesses where you're not just developing and selling the fiber connectivity, but you're developing and selling this managed connectivity over the top of that as well, and converging that into a single solution. Huawei is here to support you. Over the last 2, 3, 4 years, we've developed a whole range of what we call managed service support program, from the toolkits and capabilities right the way through to training, and then indeed marketing support as well. We have a whole range of marketing programs that we can sit down and work with you on to deliver the solutions that you want. And again, come and talk to me after the show if that's what you need. So in 8 seconds to wrap up, in summary, look, cloud managed services, and particularly our Cloud Campus platform, is opening up really interesting and new revenue and business opportunities for everyone. By using these modern techniques, it certainly reduces the time to profit and time to cash that you see from customers because of the efficiencies that rolling out the network is. And as I just said, we are really here to help and support you and really want to work with you and share our global experience in all of those deployments that we've done so far to help you make it a success, really. So with that, I think that's me. It's gone black. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your unique viewpoints. I really appreciate also your overview across all market sectors. So let's go on and discuss what we still have in store for you. And yes, more and more of you are for sure utilizing managed services. And surely you are often asked, what kind of managed service can ISP provide? Well, let's welcome our next speakers who will travel with us to Sweden. Please welcome Mr. Jonas Emilsson, the co-founder of Glicom AB. I hope I pronounced it well.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. And thank you, Mr. Miller, for really setting the stage for my presentation. Today, I would like to share with you how we at Glicom leverage iMaster NCE Campus to automate our Wi-Fi services and integrate towards our customers. But first, a brief introduction about who we are at Glicom. We're a small networking startup based in Stockholm, founded just 2 years ago by me and my colleague Johan here in the audience. While Glicom is quite a new company, we behind it have a long history within the ISP business and have experienced firsthand implementing automation in traditional ISP networks. At the same time, we also realize automation is the key to scale while delivering high quality. At Glicom, we truly live and breathe automation, and every employee so far has at least some programming ability. We recently delivered our first Wi-Fi project with a major Swedish property manager. This particular customer is really future-oriented, and they are striving to use digitalization as a means to simplify both for the tenant and their own management of the property. And never has the expression, "there's an app for that," been more true than here. Everything from interacting with the neighbors to unlocking the doors can be done through an app. As you can imagine, this creates a huge demand for a reliable Wi-Fi connection everywhere inside the building. And of course, they also wanted the tenants to be able to manage their Wi-Fi through the app as well. We developed a solution where every apartment has its own SSID with a password login. In addition to the apartment SSID, there is also a common SSID where the tenants can log in from a captive portal using their apartment number and their password. The common SSID is broadcasted on every AP, enabling maximum coverage in the whole building. To accomplish this, we used the following Huawei hardware: a wall-mounted AP with 4 LAN ports installed in each apartment. Ceiling-mounted APs are used in common areas such as the garage, the storage compartments, and the lobby to provide additional coverage where needed. The APs are connected to a PoE switch with 10 gigabits uplink for maximum future-proofing. We wanted to automate every step of the way. Before installation, our customer added all of the apartments through our API towards them. And during installation, we used our own app to scan the barcode of the AP and enter the apartment number on the door. This enabled us to connect each AP to an apartment and also to initiate a few automatic tests to ensure everything was working as expected. After the installation, the end customers could manage their Wi-Fi service by themselves through our customer's app. And we performed this through the use of iMaster NCE Campus. Using NCE Campus, we were provided with a single REST API towards both the APs and the switches. It was really simple to implement this. And we were also able to use several of the built-in features of NCE Campus, such as the built-in authentication server and the built-in captive portal. Software-wise, we use something called a facade pattern, enable us to separate the concerns and concepts of our external systems. The customer API has only concepts relevant to them, and they don't have to care about things like what a pre-shared key is or an LDAP user is. At the same time, we also have a facade towards iMaster NCE, which enable us to make changes in how we implement things so that we can adapt to new features and other changes in iMaster NCE. So, how did our first project go? We installed more than 300 access points with more than 300 unique SSIDs in 3 days using only 3 people. Except for mounting the access points on the wall. We actually spent the most time unboxing the access points themselves. So, yeah, a lot of time spent unboxing access points. So, what are our takeaways from this? Well, first off, we would never have been able to do this if it weren't for the extensive automation performed. At least not in that short time. It would have taken way longer. And iMaster NCE is a great tool for enabling automation of the network and helping us automate this. Secondly, Wi-Fi truly is the future. Do you remember those LAN ports on the APs in the apartment? It turns out only a handful of people actually use them. And if Wi-Fi is what the absolute majority of the customers use, it makes sense to deliver a great Wi-Fi service. It is my belief that Wi-Fi in the future will be as self-evident as water and power. So why not build that future now? Thank you so much for listening, and feel free to reach out if you have any questions, or catch me later here at the event. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your insights on the topic. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, our digital journey continues. Also, your journey continues, as I can see. So, yes, the digital journey continues, and the value of ecosystem and partnership becomes more and more apparent. So let us come to the next speaker, who will take us to Spain to share his success stories. Please welcome Mr. Sven van Gorp, the CTO of Alea Soluciones.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for having us here. Looks like we share a haircut here. My name is Sven, like was announced here. Thank you for that. I'm the CTO at Alea Soluciones in Spain. I'm not really Spanish. Most people with my name are in Spanish. I'm Belgian, actually, but I live already for more than 20 years in Spain. Okay, let's see. I'm invited here to talk about the success story of Alea with the partnership with Huawei. And we mainly do that with FTTH and with GPON technology. But let me first talk a little bit about us. Who are we? We are a company that are delivering services, more than services and distribution of GPON equipment. And actually, this year we are celebrating our 20th anniversary, so we are not actually new in this business. 20 years ago, I don't think there was a lot of GPON around, so we started in Spain with very small operators that are there, using technology over DOCSIS, over cable, over coax cable. That was done with DOCSIS. And some 10 years ago, maybe, we went from DOCSIS 2.0 to 3.0, and then the industry inside of the cable industry was going to a new standard that was DOCSIS 3.1. Very expensive, a lot of changes had to be done inside all the infrastructure, also in the streets. So most operators decided then to switch over to fiber, and they did that to GPON, actually. So inside Spain, you had the cable industry, you had the Wi-Fi, wireless industry, and you had also the ADSL and the copper industry. And all those players went all to GPON. So that's why before in the presentation of the FTTH Council, we saw that Spain was number 2 after France with 88% of homes passed of all the possible homes passed. No, so the reason is because of that, because everybody went to the GPON technology. So at Alea, we started 20 years ago with supporting those little operators that are in rural areas and in little towns that had the video cable services, and they wanted to start giving also some internet and some fixed landline service. So inside Alea, we have 3 main departments. One is software development, because we also saw that there are a lot of vendors outside that are making very good equipment, but there is always a need to have the provisioning and the management software to do that. So with very small operators, the problem was that everything existing was very expensive. It was always thought for maybe 300 or 500,000 subscribers, and we were talking about 500 subscribers. So we made software development, we made our own systems to support that. We also have a operations and support department, which we have more than 500 networks that we configured, and we do maintenance for them. And the third department that we have is a distribution department, where we have, like you see here, over 10,000 shipments a year, and we have more than 60,000 equipment in stock. So when we talk about equipment, it's mainly CPEs, it's ONTs. So when just before the coffee break, Robbie was telling that Huawei launched a very good fast track program. That's very nice, but sorry for that, but we do better, because we actually deliver in 24 hours. So one of the things in our market, in the very small operators, they don't have big investments, so they cannot go and maybe order 50,000 units, a quarter or whatever. So we do that for them. We stock it, and then they can order it for example, 100 units, and they give us a call, and tomorrow they have it in their premises. Okay, so talking here about our partnership with Huawei, it goes very wide, but we will talk about today about one very specific thing, that is, like I said before, 88% of Spanish place is already cabled with fiber, so that's very good. But the problem that we're getting is that especially in those smaller areas, it's on the facade of the houses. So some of them have 2, 3, 4. In my house, we have 6 different operators that have deployed fiber. 6. So you can imagine 6 fibers are it's not very much, because it's very, very small. But you have also the plastic, which is called the boxes, that the distribution boxes on the facades, that getting a lot of space, very not so beautiful. So what we saw, and what the operators saw, that this cannot go any further like this. So the market is moving towards sharing the infrastructures, okay? So this gives, of course, a lot of advantages, like, first of all, pricing of high cost of deploying the infrastructure you can share with others. And also the advantage for the user is that it's basically from one day to the next he can roll out service in new places. Okay, so inside this sharing model, we have two sub-models, let's say it like this. One is called Bitstream, and the one is wholesale. So in Bitstream, it is actually an ISP or not an ISP, okay, we'll come back to this just now, that is going to open its infrastructure for the use of other ISPs. So inside we have there two roles. We have the owner, which is called usually territory owner, or sometimes they call it INO, which is infrastructure neutral operator. And then you have the role of the one that's actually the ISP who's giving the services to the subscriber, which is called the territory user, or the ISP, just plain ISP. Basically, this started with ISPs like Vodafone and Orange that started to do this kind of sharing of their infrastructure. So they were actually both INO and ISP. But we also saw, and we have now just a little bit further on, we have a list of all the INOs, not all of them, but all of them which we are compatible with and we are working with. And where you can see, we will see that there are more and more INO only operators, let's say it like this, the infrastructure. There are operators that are only deploying or acquiring infrastructure, and they don't have actually own subscribers. They just rent it to third party, okay? And then the other one is wholesale, where actually the territory user or the ISP, the user is more a commercializer. He only goes in with his brand and he sells a product which then just takes a percentage of the amount of money that he charges to the customer. But everything is done by the INO or by the ISP, which is opening up his network. Okay. So inside this Bitstream model, let's say it like this, you have two parts where you see in this little scheme. You have the part of the left, which is the ISP, and you have the part of the right, which is the neutral operator, which is the INO. There are several things like here. This is in our solution that we are providing to our customers. We have given them names like Felix, Golix, Carian, and Adagio. But actually, what we need is at one side you see the ISP, which has his OSS and these systems like DHCP, ACS, and his access to the internet, and an interconnection with the INO actually. And on the side of the INO, we also have developed certain OSS products, which are the orquestador in Spanish, which is like a master of ceremony, let's say it like this, that is a manager that has to have all the inventory and the coverage and where you get and where you don't get and everything like this. And then the Adagio, which is a technical provisioner, which is actually doing the provisioning and the test and diagnostics on the existing users via SSH and SNMP and all kind of stuff like this. Well, you see here, most INOs, not all of them, but most of them are using the new generation of OLTs from Huawei. And each of those are multi-operator then, and each of them has an interconnection, like you see here with the orange and the blue and the green lines to each ISP. And then, of course, on the south side of the OLT, on the GPON side, you have ONTs of different OSPs, ISPs, I mean. Okay, so like I said before, this is a list, probably not all of them, but that are doing the Bitstream and wholesale business. Like Adamo, our networks, Asteo, Avanza, blah, 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 blah. And then you have, these are all the ones that we are working with our systems. And for example, like said before, of course, Vodafone, Orange, MásMóvil, that now also bought Euskaltel. PTV and Adamo, they also are their own, they are infrastructure network operator, but they also are their own ISP. They have subscribers, and they're opening the network to third-party ISPs. The other ones, like I say, like for example, Asteo and GTCOM, Lintia, Onivia, Ventorede, they are pure INO. They don't have any subscriber. They are rolling out infrastructure just only to rent it out to ISPs, to several ISPs, and like that to share the infrastructure. So how does this work and what are the advantages? The model uses actually a pseudo-standard web service which has been developed by Orange and Vodafone, but everybody else is just copying, not copying, is using the same thing, because like this, it was easy to start working with those operators. And actually, MásMóvil, for example, they didn't have any choice because they inherited it from buying a part of the infrastructure from Orange. Then they had to start using this. It's a very simple thing. It's just to make a reserve of the port you're going to use. You can cancel that, or you can actually make the provisioning. Once that's done, you have to delete the service or to change the speed of the service you're delivering. So it's very simple. And of course, the advantages is that you can support with one OSS. You can not only access one INO, you can access multiple, all of them that were in the list before. The coverage is also in Spain, luckily done with it's not really standard, something Telefonica came up with. It's called GESCAL, and that's also used by our system. Multi-user, multi-operator, and all the things you can see here. Auto-configuration, zero-touch configuration was said also before. This is also the case in our case now. So Alea, like I say, these rural areas of Spain, we have 800 or more little operators. They are being bought now by one bigger, so maybe not 800 independent anymore. They are doing 18% of the direct employment in the sector, the second after Telefonica, over 1,000 million euros of investment a year. They have 40 years of experience, and of that in Alea, like I said, we have 20 years. We are doing 20 years this year. We have over 450 customers, operators, little operators, of course, they're not all big, and medium also, and we give the full value of that. And to finish, how we see the further growth, like 88% already is been reached in Spain. So what is being done, what we see that the INOs, especially those ones that are only INO, they are controlled by investment funds, and their medium long-term strategy is to keep investing in greenfield and also in buying existing infrastructures of others. And then last slide is just to say that we are partnering with Huawei, but not just a partner, we are a VAP, which means value added partner. So it's not just reselling, it's not just moving some boxes from one side to the other. We are actually giving, we are trying to give, or we are giving a value add. So with our software and with our services and support, we give that value, that added value to that relationship, and we are very, very happy with that. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, after we heard this inspiring speech and got that input, we are now coming to a bit more service part, let's say. And yes, we are all aware of the importance of keeping all services up and running, right? To enhance the service availability and efficiency for our daily businesses. So professional services will enable to improve in what we already excel at. Let's welcome here on stage Mr. Dimitri Rico, VP Services, Huawei Enterprise Services. So here we go.
afternoon. I am the last keynote speaker. I promise to be precise in time in order to move forward. Today, I would like to explain and introduce how Huawei is supporting ISP on the digital transformation, on accelerate how to manage FTTH services. I am going to introduce what we call Huawei Intelligent, maybe smart O&M, what we call HiOps 3.0, that was just released in March this year, okay, as a full version in the market. Basically, the evolution in terms of services that we have seen the last year is that the complexity and the number of elements that in the network services is provided is every time higher. Okay? Therefore, the traditional O&M services are really having some challenges in order to be able to be successful and to achieve the quality expected by the users. Some of the challenges are, for instance, the first one is sustainability. The traditional O&M model grows proportionally, let's say, the number of sites or the number of services with the number of people you need to do in order to manage the operation and maintenance. This means that automation sometimes is good, but the second challenge is that the scale up, how the operation and maintenance service is scaling and able to manage more sites, more services, is having a ceiling. And therefore, from a certain point, even if you put much more people, the quality of service is not good enough. Okay? And the third one is what we call customer experience. This is a new concept on the network services. It's not only about quality, it's about how the customer feels that the, let's say, functionalities on top of the network are working, like video conference or other advanced services. Okay, then quality of services is not enough if the end user doesn't feel that the experience is nice in their, let's say, daily utilization of the services. Okay. Then, a part of the, let's say, challenges on the traditional services, for FTTH, we have some critical pain points that afterwards I will show how Huawei can help to solve it with our HiOps solution. The first challenge is the service provisioning. Usually, the time to market or the time of provision of the service is long, and also the percentage, the success rate of provisioning sometimes is not as expected, is low. In terms of customer complaint management and also the satisfaction management, there is a mismatch using the traditional O&M model and also the traditional tools because there is a gap between what customer is expected and also which kind of tools has the O&M team in order to provide the service to the customer and especially to manage the faults. And this is the third point, what we call fault management. Usually the traditional O&M model, when arrived to FTTH services, has a massive number of alarms. And the management of these alarms, how we filter them, which ones has a value for the O&M, and also the recovery time of service is impacted because this lack of transparency, this lack of filtering of all the events arriving. There is a massive number of events that has to be managed and has to be filtered properly. In terms of resource management, if we compare FTTH with other traditional network services, there are a lot of different resources involved. Ports, networks, pipes, lines, and even multi-providers, multi-suppliers that are in the middle of the provision change or in the middle of the maintenance change and has to be managed properly in order that the service of maintenance especially is sustainable, is something that is efficient. And last but not least, in terms of operation and maintenance transformation, when the evolution of the existing O&M has to move forward in order to support FTTX services, there is a lack of tools, of integrated tools that provides an end-to-end vision about which are the different elements and the quality of the different elements through the service chain. What is the proposal or the solution of Huawei in order to overcome all these challenges and the pain points, especially on FTTX? Huawei obviously has a great tradition on operation and maintenance of network and has been evolving the concept of operational maintenance in the last year from a centralized concept more than 10 years ago to an automated concept 5 years ago, and now is introducing in the HiOps 3.0, on top of the automation, is including what we call artificial intelligence. This means that we are including some new concept that allow, for instance, to have predictive maintenance when there are some indicators that really indicates that there is an element in the service that is not working properly, but even is not causing a fault, but is having some signals, or what we can call prevent what is the user behavior that we'll face in the next future. Okay? The foundation for the Huawei HiOps is a platform, a unified platform that incorporates IT service management, incorporates remote operation and maintenance facility, and also incorporates what we call application performance management, which means that there are some functionalities on top of the traditional service, network service, that can be monitored in order to understand if the user experience, the overall user experience is good. This is not only supporting what we call the traditional operation, but it's also supporting what we call construction, to build the provision of the services. Okay, then we cover maintenance and provision with one single tool in order to provide customer satisfaction. And on top of this, what we call value-added services, we are having some scenarios, some use cases for instance, for a smart city or for a smart energy that can be incorporated inside the service and can provide to the customer really an end-to-end service. Therefore, what we want, sorry, I need to go forward. What is current capability in place of Huawei is that we have already more than 200 networks already distributed globally providing services. We have more than 170 projects going on in order to support FTTX technology. We are supporting this using our 3 GNOCs and 3 cloud operation and maintenance center following the sun worldwide, 24/7 service. And one key piece of this slide is in the bottom corner, is what we call Open Lab. In the Open Lab, we can test the integration of different technologies in order that the quality of service is good before going live. You know, in FTTH, there are different brands, different elements that is key to have a full integration before it's going live. And we can do in a specific environment using the facilities of Huawei HiOps. What is offering Huawei HiOps in order to evolve the current model for O&M services in FTTX? Basically, it's moving from the network-oriented operation that traditionally has been doing the O&M to service-oriented operations. It's moving from focusing on network infrastructure and provisioning, network maintenance, to service quality and to look for customer experience. It's moving from rely on people, on resources in order to provide the service, to a model in which we are continuously improving the machine capabilities, the artificial intelligence, the process and the learning process in order to increase the operation automation. This is enabling our customers to move from the domain of FTTH, home, to, for instance, smart devices. And also to move from what we call quality of service to what we call customer experience. Okay? It's a next level because we are moving not only to monitor the network services, but also to to see how the functionalities on top of the network are working. In terms of summary of why Huawei is putting this in the market and what is offering Huawei HiOps. Basically, as well, in summary, is providing a new value because basically it can run different scenarios, is offering a predictable behavior for some services, is implementing artificial intelligence in order to go to the next step in the automation, is having a new model that can go from on-premise to really cloud-based, even consume the tools as a service, and also is integrating the overall ecosystems included in the FTTX service, including the different suppliers and the different kind of brands that can compose one of the services. My last slide is regarding one case, real case in Africa, that was developed by Huawei, helping the customer to overcome some of the challenges. Basically, the challenge of the customer was to reduce the cost about 20% in order to be competitive. Also, to reduce the number of incorrectly dispatched configurations that was very high in this customer. And also, there was many work orders that were invalid, basically because were duplicated. From Huawei point of view, what we focused was in two key points. One was the preventive maintenance. We reduced the number of work orders by 80% on this customer by prediction and prevention, and also by to forecast what is the potential issues coming on the network. And finally, using our intelligent diagnostic, we were reducing the travel ticketing by 20%. The benefits of the customer was that we helped the customer, we accelerate how to move from a traditional service to really manage properly FTTX service for this supplier. And also, we reduced 45% the activities of the team that was doing the configuration of the services for the customer. This is all from my side. I promise to be fast, and I was doing my presentation in 2 minutes less than expected. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Being the last speaker is always a challenge, but you did a great job. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since we have listened to all these impressive speakers and heard about new solutions, innovations in the digital world, I think many of you are now eager to join a panel discussion, which we start right away. After 1 minute, we make a short break. Please stay here in the room, and then we go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the next highlights, and more or less we are also already on the finishing line of these summits, and I'm happy to introduce now your host for this panel discussion. Please welcome on stage Mr. Walter Haas, the CTO of Huawei Technologies Germany.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the final and closing panel. I'm happy to host this panel after a lot of interesting presentations and case sharings. And yeah, 5 executive professionals will join me on this stage. So 4 of them you have heard already. So let's welcome again Mr. Wolfgang Herr and Dr. Hermann Roder. Then Jonas Emilsson will join us. And on behalf of Alea, it's this time Yuan, and of course Robbie, colleague. So, yeah. So first, thank you for all your inspiring speeches and case sharings. I think very interesting for all of us. So, as I said, 4 of you already had the chance. Not yet Jonas and Stefan or Juan.
Juan.
Juan. Okay.
But you can say John. It's the same in English.
So I would like to start with you. Might be you to share a few words about your role in Alea, and then I will ask you the first question.
Okay, I work in the commercial division. This is my first year in Alea.
Okay.
But my experience in this area with the networks in Spain and other networks and projects in international projects, it's more than 30 years. And I'm happy to be with my colleague Sven here and with all of you.
Okay, so this morning we had a round table with some members of the ISP associations around Europe, and we all listened very interesting the case Gonzalo introduced from Spain, and I was as well astonished about what Sven confirmed now in his presentation about 800 ISPs or network providers in Spain, and so it was not very clear how can this work. As Gonzalo explained, some of them might have 100 customers, and how can these projects or these networks running in an economic, efficient way? So, and as I understand, you are serving a huge portion of these customers. So. One interesting question, because we always compare these days with Germany. Sven mentioned that there was a standard defined by Orange and Vodafone, a web-based standard. Can you share or tell us how long it takes from standardization to implementation?
Well, I'm sure that Sven can tell you more details about the time, but it takes a long time. We have to work really because we have to work a lot with them. It's something that we have to understand exactly what do they need and how do they need it. And it's a work that it's not something that you produce and then put it into the customer. Yeah. You have to adapt it, or what the needs do they have.
Mm-hmm. Some idea how long? Because I want to compare it a little bit to the situation in Germany. We have
how many times, Sven, do you think?
From 0 to the first one, it's longer. Once it's done, then of course it's very quick. Let's say now, for example, if there's a new ISP that wants to use this equipment, then we can get them up and running in less than a week.
Okay. That's good. Because the question is, we had a long discussion in Germany about Open RAN and also a unified interface called Esprit, and it took a long time. And I'm not sure, Wolfgang, are all smaller operators in Germany now able to use it, or is there still a way to go?
Esprit is a very good story and maybe representative for some feelings and plans to go on. We started with the Esprit interface in 2011. And the thing is, the market was not ripe then. The market, I think Mnet and QSC were the first ones to have it ripe for the market. And this was already in 2013 or 14, I think. Many of the smaller operators are afraid, interface, what might that cost? And that stuff. And now, even as we have it now for say 7 years or something, we are now switching it, or the working committee is switching it in terms of technical standard. It's now switched to the TMF standard. It's something like, I forgot it. It's another technical standard which is internationally accepted, and the important question for the German market will be, how will we manage to get the smaller enterprises who are offering open access and who want to do wholesale, how do we manage to convince them to use the interface?
Okay. But as I understand, in Spain, also the small or the very small network operators, they are connected to this platform now, and they can share their network or offer their network to the bigger ISPs. Is that right?
Yeah, it's right.
Okay. Then a question again to you. I'm not that much clear. Are you providing maintenance services for the networks only, or as well operation services?
It's maintenance and operations.
And operations?
Yes.
So then you are a kind of network operator or virtual network operator?
No, we are not. We understand and exactly what do they need. What we try to do is study all the problems that they have, all the needs that they have. It's very easy for us because we have like Sven has explained it to everybody, that we have 20 years of experience working with these same companies in these 20 years, and we have seen them growing.
Okay.
When you see a network growing, it's not easy. It's very more, I don't know what word to say exactly, but it's something that you can adapt for them, and you can use what exactly do they need. Huawei has been a very nice partner for us. It had helped us a lot. And also Altec has helped us because they have explained it very easily what we are doing. They join together all the networks in Spain. They give them every kind of information that they need, and that is important.
Okay, then I understand you are playing a key role in enabling all these network operators that they really can run their business.
Yeah.
Okay, great story. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So let's continue with Jonas. Jonas, you're running a startup company. This is always expiring, and you are very optimistic on Wi-Fi. And what do you think because in Sweden is always a benchmark in Europe, fiber deployment everywhere, and so it seems that you are on the next step. What on top of fiber, or how do you think? What is services? What are proper services to utilize the fiber capacity?
Yeah, well, so I think the main point is that we can all probably agree that the ISP business is like really competitive, and as a small actor, it's really hard to compete if all you're doing is delivering internet service, because because of economics of scale and so forth, we would never be able to compete unless we do something different. So if we instead become an MSP and add some value on top of the internet service, then suddenly we can compete with all of these traditional actors. And it can be delivering Wi-Fi, and it can also be other services for IoT and sensors, for property management and so forth.
So how important, you mentioned automation is the key, so that is supporting you to be efficient, to be as well, I assume, cost efficient?
Yeah, because we don't want to scale using more personnel. Because that's expensive, right? That's what's really driving costs, especially in Sweden. Like, employees cost a lot of money. So if we can use automation instead and scale effectively, because we have a blank slate, we can do everything right from the start. Starting with automation, starting with standardization, and all of the traditional actors with like 20 different standards in their networks, they will have a hard time to sort of compete with this. So that's our strategy.
Okay, sounds convincing. So let's then continue with Wolfgang. Wolfgang, we had a situation or comparing, and it was a nice discussion as well this morning, in different countries in Europe, fiber deployment, and yes, Artus introduced again that Germany is not always leading, and in case we are leading, it's vice versa more. What do you think are the key issues from your perspective, representing as well the ISPs or the smaller operators or medium-sized operators? What are the key points to accelerate in Germany? Yeah, I know we have limited time.
Where to start? No, from my point of view, there are 2 or 3 core points, and one is surely the willingness to pay. Did I mention it here or this morning? I don't remember. The greediness to pay and the not willingness to pay what the technology deserves and what the technology delivers. This is striking in Germany for the wealth we have on the one hand. Second thing is that we have very high cost of deployment of the networks. Depending on the landscape, you know, we have this rocky landscapes in the south of Germany. Maybe it's easier in the north. We don't, or some parts of our industry do not want to use alternative deploying methods and that stuff. And the third one is for sure, this is what I was trying to say at the end of my short presentation, is are we willing to open our networks for a multiple use? So not to overbuild us, but to take to bring the networks into use and to regain the investment. This might be the crucial point.
Where is currently the point? You mentioned already some of the smaller operators are scared to open their network, to give the things, or is it vice versa, that the big operators don't want to play with the small ones?
It's a bit of both what we see. The bigger ones, they are afraid to have very high transaction costs, to be obliged to have negotiations with hundreds of smaller operators. We are trying to standardize that. They are demanding, correctly, they are demanding processes which are efficient in getting the use of the infrastructure. And on the other hand, what we see is the smaller operators, when they start into the market, they try to market their networks alone. Then they state after a certain time, okay, we won't get more, so let's try to have further income, and maybe opening the networks. It could be, must not, but could be a key.
Hermann, you
to some points you did not agree, so you can share your opinion.
well, we have the advantage being 25 years in this business, and now 100 new players are coming to the market. I would say, first of all, money is no problem. So the private equity and investment banks pledged 50 billion euro to invest in Germany. The government pledged 12 billion euro subsidies for rural areas. So there is 62 billion on the table. So this is solving a lot of problems. I think the biggest problem is construction people. The second biggest problem is installation people. So I mean, there is too much money for too few people. Currently, we have inflation like crazy, so the construction costs have been increased by 50% in the last 2 years. Poaching is everywhere, so 20 new companies are poaching people from the existing operators. So salary costs are exploding, and it's a typical boom problem like the gold rush in California. We know that next year 10,000 people from Southern Europe will come to Germany in the construction market, from France, from everywhere, from Spain. So I think in 2 years we have enough people in the market, and then the machine will run, you know.
Okay. So
and the other thing is, of course, I mean, there's a lot of immaturity in the market. I mean, building fiber is extremely expensive. So we are talking 5,000 euro per home. Per home passed, not per home connected. If now in the areas, because the densely populated areas are deployed in most parts of Germany, now we're going to the difficult areas, and so you need a lot of market share to recover that. So if you build, like in Spain, if you build 6 fibers, you have 16% market share per operator. No way. So the market rationality will lead that there will be a whole buy and whole share. So we opened our network already in 2019, even for wholesaling dark fiber. So we have fiber everywhere. So we offer anybody who wants a fiber, he gets the fiber. The only thing we ask is reciprocity. So if an operator who has fiber wants a dark fiber from us, we want to have the capability to get dark fiber from him. If not, we do only layer 2 bitstream, like with Deutsche Telekom. They don't open the fiber market. We just share with on a bitstream level, but also you have seen it. We have signed a big contract that Deutsche Telekom, first time ever in Bavaria, is now connecting their customers on the MNet network, because the rationality enforces to use existing infrastructure instead of overbuilding existing infrastructure. And this will happen now. The problem is, what Wolfgang mentioned very rightfully, is especially for the nationwide operators, how to deal with 200 city carriers. We have a very good platform called Vitro Connect, which actually was written by MNet engineer in 2011. And now the Buglas companies joined, and nearly every operator in Germany is using. Vitro Connect was then carved out of the association as an independent company, and now providing the software and the implementation, but as a non-profit entity. And it's now all fiber operating carriers other than Deutsche Telekom are now contributing there. We have just launched version 4.0 for wholesale and whole buy of fiber. So you can buy FTTC, FTTB, and FTTH now this year with object-oriented, so SOAP-based and XML-based interface. And now what Wolfgang told, the next step will be to go to a RESTful API, so going TMF forum. And that will be the next version, so it's version 5.0. And here the discussion is now, because now Deutsche Telekom is pushing for a different, government-sponsored activity to create a standard for the German market, and they are confusing everything. And now, the shit hit the fan, and now we have to see what's coming out of that process. I'm interested what you think about it.
Yeah, Wolfgang, you mentioned this morning, if we want to achieve the German government and the ambitious targets of fiber deployment, or having most of Germany deployed, all members of the market need to participate. So what Hermann now introduced is that there is always continuously this battle with Deutsche Telekom, or are you optimistic that this can be resolved in the next period of time?
What we saw in Scandinavia is that there also, I think in Sweden, that Telia was at the beginning, they were not playing with the others, and at the end, when they saw the model is better cooperative, in a cooperative way than in a confrontative way, they switched to join in, and hopefully Deutsche Telekom will also join in. It's no use to spend scarce resources. It's what Hermann said, we have not enough people, not enough knowledge for certain things, and it's no use to let them fight against each other, and instead we should go together. This is the better way for sure.
Okay.
But sorry.
No.
One drop of water into the wine. What we have seen in the last 10 years is commitment after commitment of Deutsche Telekom, and relatively few households were really connected with fiber. But hopefully this will change now.
Yeah, I think as well that political direction in Germany changed dramatically to full fiber-based networks at that point of time. Hermann, so we know each other for a long time. In Munich, there is always a huge competition in the market. Each technology is there, each operator is there. So I think Mnet developed a business quite well in the last couple of years. What about your initiative, for example, your CO2 reduction, your green initiative? Is that supportive, or how much supportive is that? Is this valued by your subscribers? Is this recognized from the population and from the citizens of Munich?
Well, I mean, for us it was easy until 2018 because nobody was building fiber, because Telecom was pushing vectoring and copper. And then we knew that now Telecom will change their mind and they will go big time. And because we took away 30% market share from them, and Munich in Germany is like New York in US. It's the richest market, so GDP per person in Munich is the highest in Germany. And additionally, lately, the last 3 years, Amazon Web Services built their global industrial market development center in Munich with 3,000 people. Apple moved their global chip development organization center to Munich, hiring 2,000 engineers. Google is building their global R&D center for Industry 4.0 applications with 3,000 engineers in Munich. And with all the suppliers to them, we have 20,000 high-tech jobs coming to Munich, asking for high internet connectivity. So this is good for us. So a Microsoft manager or a Google manager buys only 1 gig services. And it's because of the upstream, because they have to do their video conferences at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock in the evening with Silicon Valley, because it's 9-hour time difference. So we are benefiting a lot because we have 2-to-1. So we have from the network capability, we have 1 gigabit down, 500 meg up. So we offer less, so 140 or a gig 300. But both the cable operators and the telecom vectoring platform offers guaranteed, so with SLA, only 20 meg. And if you do a high resolution team session or Google Hangouts or Google Meet session, it's too low. So we are benefiting a lot in the pandemic. So we are taking share from the others, and we get higher ARPUs because the higher bandwidths pay more. So we are the only operator in the German market who has a growing ARPU in the fixed net market currently. So the customers value quality. So in 100 years, the question always, do I get what I pay for, or do I pay for what I'm getting? And it's clearly, we see that the customers are paying for quality. The problem in the German market that the government and the regulation was anti-quality. So it was favoring, low cost, low quality. And we have been the first operator, due to our background, that we are had a shareholder who was willing to give us longer term return of investment, so we could invest in quality. But private equity or the stock market companies could not do that, and we are benefiting now from that. So that's one clear message, but that's specific for Munich because this high-tech company, and also BMW is hiring 3,000 engineers in Munich for building the connected car. It's a Volkswagen company, the corporate are collecting 10,000 engineers in Ingolstadt, which is the N+2 city also on our network because they built the global connected car software platform in Bavaria. So we have a lot of investment and that's pulling. So we have a lot of market pull. And for example, the quantum network we built for the Bavarian enterprises and the customers. After we had a half a year operation, we got a call from Amazon. They want to move to our network. We got a call from Netflix. We want to negotiate to move to your network. We got a call from Microsoft Azure boss. We want to move to your network because we have the lowest latency and the lowest cost high-speed network in the German market. So it's the old saying, build it and they will come. And it's true. If you build a superior network, the customers will come.
Okay, thank you. So, Juan, how about this MSP business in the future in Spain? So, do you think there will be a consolidation of, I'm astonished that the loyalty to the local operators is so high in Spain. Yeah, so in Germany it's not like this. How will it develop in the future, and what are the challenges you think?
It's going to grow. It's growing, but it's going to grow more because, remember your name?
Jonas.
Jonas. Yeah. Jonas has said something important. He knows that for making a very big or very good service, he needs to make the cost the most lowest as possible. So the kind of company that is Alea is to give that kind of service that these kind of companies need. So we have a very good experience. We have all the tools that you need. We have a lot of engineers that are working, and that could give these kind of companies the service that they need. So we are seeing that it's not only for small operators that are going to MSP services. Also, big companies are using our services to have this kind of service.
Okay. So, Jonas, so you said you don't want to grow in staff, yeah, but for sure you have to some expectation or some dreams or some business view. What is your future thinking? What are your major challenges? Where's the way you want to go?
Well, yeah, that's a tough question, but we'd like to grow and expand our network and our customer base and
he wants to go to the Bahamas.
Yeah, well, if we can add more value to our services, I think that will attract more customers, especially in those specific sectors of the market that we're targeting within property management and so on.
And do you have some experience, some feedback from the customer, how satisfied they are with your services, how they appreciate that they can manage their Wi-Fi networks by themselves? Do you have some experience about that?
Yeah, they're really happy with the integration of the service. That it's seamless. It's like it's their own network. Mm-hmm. I think in the future we need to enable that because if they can manage the network themselves, we don't have to, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So finally...
Just one remark.
Yeah.
Automation is extremely important for us also because we don't get the people, they're poached from the others, so we have to replace people with software. So we invest heavily in automation now, and I was very excited by the talk about what Huawei is doing here, because we need those tools.
Yeah. So, Robbie, I will not forget you. So you will get the chance now to share your ideas how, all optical or all fiber networks and intelligence technology, what they can, how it can support ISP business, and what is your future expectation on that?
Oh, it's big question. So yeah, I will try to make it short. So standing at vendor side, for sure, everything will go to be intelligent operation, intelligent maintenance, intelligent service distribution. Yes, that's for our ISP. So, but it doesn't make sense when we say something like that. So, because we travel a lot and talk to a lot of customers, so we have a lot of cases actually. Typically we have 3 different ISP business model. From my understanding. So the first typical one, we see a lot of ISP customers build their own transport and their own metro network, provide a VPN, L2, L3 VPN service, and also provide their private line service. And by the way, they rent the network to all the other ISP or even big telecom, which called constructing together, sharing together. But I believe different countries have different situation. For example, Germany, I think that's something not so good at this moment, but Sven did a good job for this part. Yeah.
I disagree. I mean, the defining moment was when Amazon Prime Services did a big promotion to transmit the Bayern Munich Champions League game on Amazon Web Services. So 10% of the whole internet traffic in Germany went through our network, and it blew apart, I mean, the backbone held it, but our access network was under stress. So we are upgrading now every OLT to a 10 terabit platform, thanks to Huawei, and 100 gigabit uplink and XGS-PON downlink. So Amazon is really killing, Amazon, Netflix, and Google, YouTube are killing the networks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to add something from the non-technical point of view. This would be my advice to everybody. Sometimes I think it's a pity that old men like me are contributing to the communication of the future communication for younger ones. If I see, I have 3 children, they're younger than 30. And they have a completely different form of communication, and I think we will have to address that. We have to fulfill what they need. What they want is internet only. No. If you see them, nobody talks anymore. It's only a speech message, which will be sent afterwards. They are not looking for linear television like we did. So we will have to. What they are waiting for is ubiquitous connectivity. Wherever they are, it doesn't matter. They want to have connectivity, and then connectivity and connectivity. And the worst catastrophe is not that they are run out of coffee, that the car breaks down or something, but that they are not online. And this will be from my point of view, for the private customers, this will be the central requirement which we have to fulfill for the future.
Yeah, so I think I agree with your point of view. I mean, Germany currently is not the best for that, but the trend is coming. Yeah, for doing that, that's something can accelerate the whole fiber coverage rate for sure. That's the future.
We are eagerly waiting for your 50 gig product, And I want a terabit line speed backbone device from Huawei.
Okay, is that an order already, or
give me a quote? No, seriously. I mean, we see the traffic growth, and these guys are pumping. If you have Amazon Prime on your network, then you see traffic growth. Whatever statistic you saw, you can take times 10 for our network growth. So we are just deploying 400 gig interfaces like hell. Whatever we get delivered from our vendors, if you have those customers on your network, but those guys have money, they pay,
That's good.
Okay, well, has given me 2 more minutes. I will finish the typical scenario. Yeah, so that's something. But also we see few of the players, they tend to build their own data center, and they want to. The slogan is in the pan-Europe region, they want to be the cloud enabler, something like that. Yeah, but not too much. A few of them. Yeah, that's the typical scenario for the big guys. Yeah, and then for another typical scenario, we see a lot of ISP customer. They do similar thing with Juan's company. Yeah, I think they build their own platform to make things smart, to make things with automation, then providing the FTTH operation service or providing SD-WAN as a service, even a cloud Wi-Fi as a service, and a storage as a service, IT hosting as a service, co-location as a service, a lot. Yeah, I think that's the typical trend as well for this part. Yeah, that's the second trend. And for the third trend, we see that because now we see a lot of ISP customers, but as the fan coming, then merge. The smaller one, it may grow up, then they merge together to be a bigger one. Yeah, that's quite common in the whole European region. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, gentlemen, I said time out is already there, and we have a little bit oversized, but I think it was worth to spend this time. It was really a pleasure to talk with you. It was a quite open discussion here, and I hope these sharings and this information are valuable for all of you. And then as we are the final part here in our summit, I would hand over to our nice host for some closing words.
Thank you very much. That was really thought-provoking. I think you created new value together. So thank you very much once again to every speaker here for their wonderful speeches. And thanks again for your attention today. We are on the finishing line of Huawei's Global Internet Service Industry Summit, and you experienced so many new things today. And yes, I can see it in your faces. This day had quite a lot to offer, right? So many new technologies, so many new perspectives, so many new challenges. And yes, it's right. Building a fully optical internet in Europe is a challenge. It's turning our world upside down, and it is creating a world which is highly complex. But it's a world that does not always have immediately all the answers to all the questions that we asked today, but I'm totally convinced that we are all in agreement that we know already the future is here. And you have been a part of it today. Thank you so much for your participation, for your invest here, and see you hopefully next year. Thank you very much.